Last time our visitors were at Bedrosian Stadium, they were hoisting the NAC Tournament Trophy. We're expecting a fun one. These two teams had a really good game in the NAC Tournament and went to extras in the regular season a year ago. It is the visiting Stars of Dominican University taking on the host Spartans of Aurora University. Thanks for being here on this Saturday. My name is Sean Fry. Our broadcast today is presented in part by Kaufman GMC in Aurora, celebrating 75 years of service to Aurora and communities across Chicagoland. By Elite Management Properties, offering extensive student housing options around the Aurora University campus. And by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Game days are better with Cane's. We'll play two today. They played two yesterday, both of the teams, and Aurora split at St. Norbert. They gave up 5 unearned runs in the third inning of a 7-4 game one loss, despite having 12 hits. Just could not come up with enough of them to overcome a couple of errors in that inning and a season-high 4 for the ball game. But Aurora bounced back with a 5-run top of the first and hammered St. Norbert in 5 innings in the second to get the split 11-2. Dominican was at Marion yesterday and pitched a couple of shutouts. A 3-hit 4-0 win in game 1 and a 5-hit 6-0 bagel in game 2. The Stars had 12 hits in both games, 7 extra base hits in total for the series. Did not commit an error. That is a recipe for winning. Lots of hits, lots for extra bases, good defense, no runs. Most importantly, no runs. So Aurora 14-8 on the season. They are 4-2 in the NAC. That has them in a tie at the moment for 5th place. Remember, the top 8 get into the tournament. We've got a long way to go before we can really start thinking about that. The Stars are 3-1 in a tie for 3rd in NAC play and 11-5 overall. Weather has not been kind to the Stars' season. Their tournament in Transylvania in mid-March was canceled. They had doubleheaders against Lake Forest and Elmhurst canceled as well through the final half of the month. So in total, just haven't played a whole lot over the last 2 or 3 weeks, but it did not matter yesterday in their wins over Marion. Teams are finishing warm-ups, and then they'll exchange the lineup cards. We'll tell you who those starters are coming up. This is Aurora University softball. Aurora and Dominican, they'll play 2 today at Bedrosian Stadium. Thanks for being with us on this Sunday. Lineup cards about to be exchanged, and then the introductions here at Bedrosian Stadium. Dominican is finishing up its warm-up. We're actually on pace for running a little bit behind here on this Sunday, which is a bit unusual, but they're wrapping things up, and then we will get underway. So let's meet our starting lineups. First for the visiting Stars, Dominican University, the defending NAC champs for the first time, and what a year it was a year ago. They will send their pitcher, Emma Woodhouse, into the leadoff spot. We'll tell you about her pitching stats in just a moment. She'll be followed by the shortstop, Liliana Santoyo. The designated player, Reagan Davis, is in the 3 spot. Batting cleanup today is Isabella Olmos. She is the second baseman for Dominican. Batting 5th, playing third base is Riley Davis. It's the right fielder, Peyton Salfi, in the 6th spot today. Kaylee Diaz-Randall is the catcher, hitting 7th. Jillian Zubernat plays first base and will bat 8th today. And it's Hannah Vogel rounding out the batting order. She's in left field. The flex player today is in center field, and that is Kayla Amormino. Woodhouse, Santoyo, Davis, Olmos, Davis, Salfi, Diaz-Randall, Zubernat, Vogel, the flex player, Amormino. The lineup for Dominican, and Emma Woodhouse to the bump for her 10th start. The bump, so to speak. There's no mound in softball. It's flat, but you knew what I meant. She's making her 10th start, as I mentioned, pitching to a 6-3 record and a 2.10 ERA in 56 2/3 innings with 40 strikeouts. She's in the top 5 in the NAC in ERA. On opponent's batting average, are hitting just 240 against her. Also in the top 5 in innings pitched, strikeouts, wins, and also, by the way, could come into play later, but she also has 3 saves, which is a top 5 mark in the nation. So that's the lineup from 19th year head coach Christina Lucas for Dominican University. Mike McKenzie's been coaching at Aurora University for a while as well. 22 seasons, 672 wins. Here is his starting lineup for the Spartans here in Game 1. Leading off is the right fielder, Aubrey Ortiz, followed by the center fielder, Mia Rivera. 3-4-5 is the shortstop, Nina Richards, the designated player, Stephanie DeBice, the second baseman, Carly Clemens. Then it's Alex Thiel hitting 6th. She'll play left field today. The catcher, Kelsey Oviat, is batting 7th in the 8-hole today. It's the first baseman, Lily Comperta, followed by the third baseman, Ariana Anderson. Ortiz, Rivera, Richards, DeBice, Clemens, Thiel, Oviat, Comperta, and Anderson, the batting order for Aurora. And the freshman from West Aurora High School, Caitlin Seraphin, into the circle to start Game 1. It's her 12th appearance and 5th start. In 45 1/3 innings, 32 strikeouts, a 201 earned run average. That is in the top 5 in the NAC. Those 7 wins are tied for the conference lead. 282 opponents batting average and a 7-1 mark for Seraphin. So those are your starting lineups, and the pitching matchup today. Lineup cards still haven't been exchanged. We'll get to it eventually, and then we'll have game number 1. What we're expecting to be a very good one today between Aurora and Dominican. This is AU softball.
I chose AU because of the environment and because of all of the people. It's really so welcoming.
I was looking for a campus that was really easy to get involved in while also having fun, having a lot of social events.
I like living on campus because I get to meet a ton of new people. I love my family, but being away from them is how you grow.
I love working with my classmates and seeing how they learn things differently. It's been the most wonderful experience when some of them have told me, you know, you will make a great teacher, and that has meant the world to me.
My coaches and professors have really helped me. My coach, he's really about more than just basketball, you know, how's nursing going, how are your classes?
Learning from a textbook is completely different than learning hands-on, and so it's been great to take what I've learned in the classroom and to physically see it in front of me.
I think it's important to get involved just because I'm able to meet a lot of new people, get a different perspective. On campus, I'm involved with the music program here where I play trombone, and then I'm also involved with the Black Student Union.
Aurora's the second largest city in Illinois, so I think job connections wise, it's really perfect.
At the Student Success Center, they will help you find a job and help you through all the processes needed for that.
The biggest takeaway so far from being here at AU is that I am right where I belong.
Your future, our promise. They're saying, we're here cultivating your experience and we are setting you up for your future.
Athletic Park. Today, the Aurora University Spartans host the visiting stars of Dominican University in a Northern Athletics Collegiate Conference Doubleheader. Here are today's starting lineups. First for the visiting stars. Leading off, the pitcher, number 2, Emma Woodhouse. Batting second, the shortstop, number 7, Liliana Santoyo. Batting third, the designated player, number 45, Reagan Davis. Batting fourth, the second baseman, number 35, Isabella Almos. Batting fifth, the third baseman, number 48, Riley Davis. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 14, Peyton Selfie. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 3, Kaylee Randall. Batting eighth, the first baseman, number 4, Gillian Zubernock. Batting ninth, the left fielder, number 11, Hannah Vogel. And the flex player playing center field, number 99, Kayla Amarino. And now, the starting lineup for your Spartans. Leading off and playing right field, number 1, Aubrey Ortiz. Batting second, the center fielder, number 20, Mia Rivera. Hitting third, the shortstop, number 21, Christina Richards. Batting fourth, the designated player, number 10, Stephanie Device. Batting fifth, the second baseman, number 24, Carly Clemens. Batting sixth, the left fielder, number 2, Alex Beal. Batting seventh, the catcher, number 42, Kelsey Ovia. Batting eighth, the first baseman, number 4, Lily Comperta. Batting ninth, the third baseman, number 5, Ariana Anderson. And in the circle for the Spartans, number 8, Caitlin Seraphin. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
Game one, Aurora and Dominican. NAC softball on the way. Caitlin Seraphin warming up in the circle for Aurora. Defensive alignment has Kelsey Oviant behind the plate. Ariana Anderson is at third base. Nina Richards playing shortstop. Carly Clemens at second base. Lily Comperta is over at first. In the outfield, left center, and right field is Alex Thiel, Mia Rivera, and Aubrey Ortiz. Aurora wearing white uniforms with blue pants and white socks, blue numbers and letters with Aurora in script on the front. And Dominican is in gold uniform tops with navy pants and black socks, stars, and the number in navy on the uniform. 49 degrees, sunny skies, wind lightly in out of right field as we are all set to go. It's Emma Woodhouse digging in to get it started. For the Stars, Seraphin looks in and at 12-11 fires in the first pitch, which Woodhouse takes down and away for ball one. Woodhouse, not a ton of at-bats over the last handful of weeks, but hitting .421. She hits a fly ball to right on 1-0, and Ortiz is there with no trouble for out number one. Now, if you were watching the NAC tournament last season, no doubt you remember Liliana Santoyo with the walk-off bunt double in the bottom of the 10th inning to win the NAC tournament for the Stars. Just pushed it between a drawn-in defense and sent the Stars to the NCAA tournament. She leads the Stars with a .388 batting average. Swung on and missed on the first pitch, and then fouled off the second. She falls behind. No balls and 2 strikes. So Seraphin is in control. The right-hander winds, deal, sets up well outside. Santoyo takes that. It's a ball and 2 strikes. She was 3 for 7 yesterday with an RBI in Game 2 against Marion. Stays alive on 1 and 2. Sprays another pitch over the netting. Fourth-year starter. Honorable mention all-conference last season. It's been a reliable bat in the Stars' order. 1-2. Santoyo stays alive. Got the tip of the bat to the breaking ball. Not a ton of power for the senior from Crete, Illinois. A couple of doubles and a triple. But certainly capable of finding a gap. Here's the 1-2. Right now, just will not strike out. Seraphin can certainly pile up the strikeouts. Santoyo has struck out only twice in 49 at-bats, so she is tough to put away. It's the 1-2, it's popped up. High over the infield, Anderson at third base, over to the edge of the pitching circle. Hauls it in for out number 2. So a good at-bat for Santoyo, but Seraphin has the edge. And we'll see the freshman Reagan Davis from Gilbert, Arizona, check into the right-handed batter's box. It's an all right-handed batting order for Dominican here in Game 1. First pitch down and in to Davis, who enters the day hitting .340 with a team-leading 5 doubles and 7 driven in. Seraphin pulls the string on 1-0. Bottom fell out, an off-speed pitch, and Davis swung over the top of it. Went 2 for 4 in both games yesterday. Look to keep that going, but finds herself behind 1-2 after fouling off a pitch off the handle. So the freshman Seraphin, who looking to bounce back from yesterday's start, on 1-2, gets a towering fly ball to shallow left. That's Alex Thiel. She is there, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Aurora to lead off today's action. Dominican nothing in the top of the first. Aurora coming to bat here at Bedrosian Stadium. It is a 1-2-3 inning for Aurora. They're pitching and defense at the top of the first. I'll get the bats out here in the home half. Aubrey Ortiz, only left-handed bat in the Aurora lineup today, leads it off, leading the team with a .486 average and puts a bunt down. It was popped up about 15 feet down the first base line and spun foul from there. That .486 mark is fourth best in the NAC. Drills the second baseman way in, and the left side of the infield is pulled in as well. Ortiz taps the 0-1 foul, and Emma Woodhouse, coming off of that 3-hit shutout yesterday, is in control of the first at-bat. Here's the 0-2 to Ortiz. Fastball that just missed the outside corner. Umpires today, Ruben Garcia and Mark Ginsky. It's the 1-2. Spoiled by Ortiz. Off speed down and away from Woodhouse. First team all-conference a year ago. Of course, that 1-2 punch of Kayla Faber and Woodhouse was very difficult for opponents a year ago, and they appear to have a very good 1-2 in their rotation again this year. Ortiz takes ball 2 on 2-2. Hits it hard to Riley Davis at third, but Davis was about 20 feet down the line. And she pops up and throws out Ortiz 5-3 for the first out. And so I actually have to correct myself. Mia Rivera also a left-handed bat in the lineup today. So the top two are lefties. It's all righties after that for Aurora. First pitch from Woodhouse is a fastball on the outside corner for strike one. Rivera hitting .395, leads the team with 4 triples and has driven in 13. Moving forward in the batter's box, takes a ball and it's even at 1-1. Rivera able to stand and swing and also to slap hit, which he tries here. Deep into the hole at short. Santoyo up with it, but no chance to get Rivera. And an infield single. We'll put the first base runner on for either team today. It's for the Spartans with 1 out in the bottom of the first. So that'll pull the infield back for the powerful Nina Richards, team leading 9 doubles and 25 RBIs. Those are both second in the NAC entering the weekend. Gives the first pitch from Woodhouse a rip, and it ends up into the screen. .389 average as well for Richards. Had a 9-game hit streak snapped in Game 1 yesterday, then went 2 for 4 with a double and 3 driven in Game 2 against the Green Knights. It's the 0-1 to Richards, cut on and missed. That rising heater from Woodhouse got up and out of the swing plane of Richards, who digs back in, having to protect on 0-2. And the pitch fouled off the handle and over of the Dominican dugout on the first base side. Infield shifted, or rather the outfield shifted slightly to the right. See the center fielder, Amormino. About maybe 5 or 6 feet from dead center field. There was a gap there in the left. Popped up first base side, going back for it. Zubernat, the snow cone catch in foul territory for out number 2. Nice play by Zubernat. It's been a flex player, the Dominican lineup, most of her first 3 seasons, and you see why. At a .989 fielding percentage a season ago, just 3 errors and 261 chances. That is very good. So it's Stephanie DeBice stepping in here for Aurora. First pitch from Woodhouse is too tall. DeBice, since coming into the lineup, has done nothing but hit. .529, 5 doubles, 4 home runs. It's tied for the NAC lead and 15 driven in. A sophomore from Peyton, Colorado, has been off to a great start this season. Takes a fastball on the outer half. So we'll see if she'll challenge the outfield fences today. It's 200 to the foul poles and 220 to straightaway center field. Count is 1-1 to DeBice. A pitch from Woodhouse, lined into right field, sinking and down in front of Salfi. Rivera will keep on going to third and actually pulled up thinking she had more time, had to hit the gas again for the final maybe 15 feet going to third. Runners on the corners after DeBice extends her hit streak to all 15 games this season. I said she's done nothing but hit. I wasn't lying. Carly Clemens a chance to put Aurora on the board. First pitch on the outside corner with the fastball. Clemens has driven in 10. She has a home run and 6 doubles on the season. A 3.06 average for the freshman from Elgin. And to bounce back from going hitless yesterday. Soft liner up the middle, Santoyo. The underhand toss to almost covering the bag at second. And it's an inning-ending fielder's choice to end the threat in the first. Aurora with a couple of hits. They're both left on base, and we'll go to the second with no score between Aurora and Dominican. No score through one between Aurora and Dominican. The Stars went in order in the first, so it's the middle of the order to face Caitlin Seraphin in the top of the second. Isabella Olmos will lead it off, leads the Stars with a couple of home runs. They've only hit 5 on the season. 321 average for the freshman. She'll take ball one from Caitlin Seraphin. Almost has hit in 3 straight, make it 4. Pulled one down the third baseline. It hopped over the bag and into the corner. Almost with her second double of the season, and it leads off the top of the second. A scorcher up the third baseline. Not much of a chance for Anderson over there at the hot corner. So we'll have a pinch. I stand corrected. That was just Almost getting rid of some armor. She goes back to second and stays there. I was about to say we're going to have a courtesy runner, but indeed not. Now Riley Davis, first pitch swinging, high to right field. Ortiz will go to get it, makes the catch, tagging, and going to third was Almost, and Ortiz came up throwing and almost got her. Throw was actually, just had a little too much on it. A little bit less, and that was a strike to third base. So the go-ahead run now 60 feet away, and Aurora pulls the infield in to face Peyton Salfi. And Seraphin starts her off with a fastball just below the knees. So Davis, who was hitting 378 coming in, is now hitting 3 straight, and now Salfi went 2 for 3 in game 2 yesterday. Puts the bunt down here. Laying out for it was Anderson. Could not make the catch. She touched it in fair territory, so it was a fair ball. And Almost scores on the squeeze. An RBI bunt single for Salfi has put Dominican on the board. And now cutting on and missing the first pitch from Seraphin is Kaylee Diaz-Randall. 289 average, a home run and 4 driven in for the sophomore. Was second on the Stars with 28 driven in. a year ago. She's behind 0-2. Christina Lucas not afraid to be aggressive with the Stars lineup. They have earned her trust. 0-2 well outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the way. And the right-handed batting sophomore, Seraphin, winds and misses high the fastball. Aurora's turned 3 double plays. Would love to get one here to get out of the inning without any further damage, but a couple of hits for the Stars so far. Breaking ball outside. And the 3-2 pitch fought off. Another payoff pitch coming from 0-2 to 3-2. He has Randall trying to reach, and instead will walk back to the dugout. Seraphin got the sophomore out in front. The first strikeout, an important second out. So the leadoff double from Isabella Olmos brought in 2 batters later on the bunt by Peyton Salfi. And now Jillian Zubernat to the plate for Dominican. Hitting .256. Couple of doubles and an RBI. Again, has not had a lot of plate appearances, but last season when she did get to the plate was effective, 5 of 13 with 3 driven in. Foul tip into the glove of the second offering from Seraphin, and once again we have another lefty that I did not have, despite my best efforts. Falls behind 0-2 and then takes a ball outside. There's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted, high in the left field. Thiel tracks that into the alley. She'll make the catch, and that's it for Dominican in the top of the second. A run on 2 hits, 1 left. And it's the Stars who strike first. In game 1 today, they lead 1-0 through 1.5. Aurora looking to strike back after giving up a run in top of the second inning. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 in the AU order, and it's Alex Thiel who will get it started for the Spartans. Hitting .265, has driven in 11 with 3 doubles and a triple on the season. First pitch from Emma Woodhouse. It's a good one over the outside half for strike 1. Thiel started the year on a 5-game hit streak, ended 2024 on a career-long 6-game stretch. Pops up the 0-1 in the shallow right field, drifting in the foul territory as the second baseman Olmos. And she'll corral the first out, which will hand the bat to Kelsey Oviatt. A freshman out of Newark, California, and an alum of Newark Memorial High School. Our technical director, Bryce Suter, knows where this is going. It's time for Name That Mascot. Strike 1 to Oviatt. I'll give you a hint. It shares a mascot with a team in the NAC. 0-1 is fouled off the handle. Newark Memorial High School. I'll give you another hint. It's a cat. No, that is not a team in the NAC. It is the Cougars. And Max Prep set you at 5:09 there as a senior last season. 2:55 here for Aurora, but is rung up in her first plate appearance today. And breaking ball over the outside corner for out number 2. Now Woodhouse, you go back a couple of seasons, had 87 strikeouts. A top 5 mark in the NAC. Not nearly as many last season, 58 strikeouts in 110 and 2/3 innings. Has pitched a little more to contact for her career, but certainly very capable of piling up a bunch of Ks. Lily Comperta, the sophomore from Westchester, Illinois, into the game, takes a strike and then stares at ball 1 at helmet level. 4 of 10 on the season with a double and 2 driven in for the sophomore. She went 3 for 7 a year ago. Here's the 1-1. Woodhouse looking for that outside corner and could not find it. Well, it feels like it's been a while since Aurora has gotten ahead of Emma Woodhouse. Here with the bases empty and 2 outs in the bottom of the second, Comperta is in that position. Here is the 2-1. That's well outside. And a hitter's count for Comperta coming up. One of a few players in the Aurora lineup going without batting gloves. 3-1. Swing and a miss. That's a good pitch by Woodhouse. Went to the heater and put it at the bottom outside corner of the zone. Comperta not able to cover the plate. The payoff pitch here with 2 outs on the way. Woodhouse sets, winds, and deals, and Comperta spoils it into the parking lot. One nothing Stars. Bottom of the second inning. Dominican has not lost when scoring first this season. They are 9-0 and trying to extend that here. Woodhouse spins the ball on her hip. Now tries the payoff pitch again, and Comperta once again sends that into the parking area. There is activity in the Dominican bullpen, but it is simply players getting loose. There's no danger of Woodhouse being removed from this game. But she loses Comperta here with 2 outs in the second. Went to the rise ball and left it up. I'll bring up Ariana Anderson in the 9th spot. 3 for 13 so far this year for the senior from hometown, Illinois. First pitch. Fouled off the helmet of Diaz Randall. Now the first time, those of you who have been watching for a long time know that Illinois is not my place of birth. I'm relatively new to Illinois. First time I saw hometown Illinois, I had to quickly call up our director of athletic communications and ask if that was just a placeholder, and we just didn't have that information. It turns out hometown really is a place in the south suburbs. Anderson swings and misses and falls behind 0-2 on the high fastball. And that 0-2 pitch is very similar, but this time Anderson gets the bat to it and pops it over the netting out of play. You can understand my confusion, right? So Anderson trying to keep the inning alive with 2 outs and Comperta on first after the 2-out walk. Both teams with a couple of hits. Dominicans were last inning. Auroras were in the first. Woodhouse in control here on 0-2 and gets Comperta make that Anderson the swing and miss on the fastball up and in. That's it for Aurora in the bottom of the second. No runs. They leave 1. We'll go to the third, and it's Dominican in front, 1-0. Hannah Vogel at the bottom of the Dominican order will turn it over after her plate appearance. 1-0 Dominican leading Aurora through 2 innings. Caitlin Seraphin back into the circle. Square off with the right-handed batting Vogel. First pitch swung on, rolled out to short. Richards is there. Throw to first, just in time. It was close as Vogel got a good break out of the box. I think Richards thought she had a little more time there, but just got it over for a 1-pitch out. Now Emma Woodhouse flew out to right in her first plate appearance. Digs in here, trying to get the Stars something brewing here in the second. Ground ball deep up the middle. Nice play by Clemens, who was able to make the backhand stop, slam on the brakes, and get the throw to beat Woodhouse for out number 2. And that is 2 outs for Aurora by no more than 12 inches. They were both very close. But it's 2 pitches and 2 outs for Liliana Santoyo, and she will take a pitch here. Breaking ball that spun down and out of the zone. Popped out in the first inning. Anderson at third. Gets ahead of Seraphin, 2-0 here. Seraphin has some zip on the fastball. It gets onto a hitter very quickly. 2-0 is in the top of the zone for strike 1. I think it provides a lot of contrast with her breaking ball that really just dances in there. Batter really has to adjust the timing to be able to put good contact on it. I think that's been a significant reason for the freshman's success here in the early part of the season. Santoyo was on top of that fastball, but out in front, roped it foul down the third baseline. So it's 2-2. Seraphin, a good pitch, just missed the outer corner. And the count's full with 2 outs. Seraphin working quickly. That's a pop-up. Shallow center. Ortiz racing to get it, and no one in the infield could. But everyone in the middle infield went into the outfield. Santoyo noticed that, took the big turn, and is into second with a double that landed about 10 feet in the center field. The Aurora defense didn't really communicate that time and left the base wide open, and now Reagan Davis bats the chance to extend the lead. First pitch swinging, it's looped in the left, but it will stay up for Alex Thiel, who makes the catch and ends the threat in the top of the third. No runs on a hit, 1 left, 2.5 in. Aurora trails Dominican 1-0. Top of the order coming to the plate for Aurora in just a moment. They trail Dominican 1-0 as we get ready for the bottom of the third. I'm Sean Fry. Round the NAC today, Edgewood at Lakeland. Wisconsin Lutheran visits MSOE. Alverno on the road at Concordia, Chicago. Concordia, Wisconsin hosts St. Norbert. Marion on their home field again, welcoming Rockford up to Fond du Lac. And finally, Benedictine, they get the day off here on this Sunday. They're the team with their bye in the 13-team NAC. Take a look at those scores as we get a little bit later into this game and into our second later today. Emma Woodhouse to face the top of the Aurora order. Second baseman almost drawn all the way in, level with the pitcher. And Ortiz with the tapper to Davis, who fumbled it, and that eliminated any possibility of getting Ortiz. She fields it clean. It's a base hit. Instead, it's an error. First one of the ball game, and Ortiz can fly. 7 stolen bases. We'll see if Mike McKenzie puts her in motion. Mia Rivera, another lefty, steps in after a single on a bunt earlier. Now, Rivera was thinking about going. She hit the brakes. Diaz Randall popped up and threw down the second, but Ortiz was nowhere to be found. There's a ball taken by Rivera. Infield is pulled in level with the base paths against the Spartan center fielder. Woodhouse sets, gets the sign, and now into the windup on 1-0. Showing bunt, pulling it back, and once again Ortiz gets a good jump, but doesn't go. Rivera's single earlier extended her hit streak to 3 games. Well, trying to move the line here for Aurora. She gets the bunt down, but it spins foul over toward the backstop. That'll get Woodhouse into the count. Rivera looking for her 11th multi-hit game of the season, which would tie her with Ortiz, who's currently out on first base. Counts 2-1. Aurora down 1-0. 1 on, nobody out in the bottom of the third. Woodhouse once again spinning the ball on her hip and now into the windup on 2-1. Rivera tried to pop the bunt over a charging Davis. However, was late to it and it ends up foul. So you can see how Rivera's approach warps the defense. Now, it's not as extreme on the infield as we saw with Ortiz, but look at how shallow the left and center fielder are. 2-2 to Rivera. Fouled off. Which is to say here that with how shallow the fielders are, if Rivera is able to shoot one between them, or even into the huge gap between center and right field, how they're lined up, she might be running for a long time. 2-2 pitch from Woodhouse. Popped up high over the infield. Second baseman almost has it in line with the base path for out number 1. Now you see it go the other way, where the left fielder Vogel going back in the deep left field against Richards. The infield pulls back as well. First pitch swinging, and another pop-up right side at the edge of the infield dirt. It's almost again. 2 down. We'll see if Stephanie DeBice can make the difference here. The alum of Discovery Canyon High School. Again with a hit in all 15 this season that she's appeared in. After her first inning single, digs in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch, back up the middle. Woodhouse on one big hop, fields it, turns, and throws out DeBice. And that leadoff reach on an error by Aubrey Ortiz ends up on first base. Aurora once again held off the scoreboard as we go to the 4th. Dominican in front, 1-0. Isabella Olmos leads off top of the fourth against Caitlin Seraphin. Dominican leading 1-0. Here is the freshman winding and dealing, getting Olmos. Swing and miss. Pulled a double down the left field line in the second inning to lead it off and came home 2 batters later for the game's only run. Falls behind 0-2 as Seraphin gonna find the inside corner with the fastball. In control here to the first batter of the inning, missed down and away with the 0-2. Good pitch by Seraphin. You want that to be in a spot where Olmos will think about it, trying to stay alive. Now on 1-2, Seraphin goes up and in on the hands, and Olmos fouls it off. This is a really good pitch sequence here by Seraphin. And now if you're Olmos in the batter's box, you are guessing. The 1-2. Breaking ball. Well, she wasn't fooled. Was able to read that right out of the hand and looped it in the left field. So a good pitch sequence and then a good piece of batting by the freshman. And so the Lincoln Way Central High School alum stands on first, halfway to the cycle, as Riley Davis digs in. Davis, a 1-pitch flyout in her first plate appearance. Takes strike 1. Came in hitting .378, has 4 doubles, and leads the Stars with 10 driven in. Third-year starter at .275 and drove in 24 a year ago. Runner goes. The hit and run was on, and Davis fouled it off. Stars with 26 stolen bases. That's right in the middle of the league. For her part, Olmos is 11 for 11. Does not go this time. Seraphin misses up and away. And Davis still behind into the count. It's 1-2. And the pitch from Seraphin. Runner goes again. Davis sprays it foul. Well, it's risky, right? And anytime you put on the hit and run, if you hit a liner and an infielder, it's probably it for the base runner. Runner goes again. Pitch was up and in, and the throw hit a sliding Olmos. It would not have been in time. Well, now the field umpire is coming in. Are they saying that Davis left too early? That's exactly it. So Olmos is out. And then Davis swung on and missed. And that's not a double play, but it's on back-to-back pitches where Aurora gets the first out after Olmos left before the pitch, and then Seraphin gets her second strikeout moments later of Davis. So the base is empty for Peyton Salfi, who falls behind 0-1. Seraphin attacking Salfi, gets a swing and a miss, and has the junior from Santa Rosa, California, in an 0-2 hole. Here is the pitch. Seraphin set up on the outside corner. Oviatt tried to frame it, just didn't get the call. Another good pitch by Seraphin. There's the 1-2. Came up and in. Salfi fouled it off. Infield back, outfield in normal position. Salfi trying to stay alive here with 2 outs. No one on in a 1-2 count. Pop up, first base side. That has enough to get out of play. Kaylee Diaz-Randall, Dominican catcher, in the on-deck circle. Seraphin misses up and away. Now, often when you see the catcher in the on-deck circle with 2 outs, they have their equipment on, but you can see Kaylee Diaz-Randall has a lot of belief in Peyton Salfi, as she doesn't have the leg pads on, and it is evidently well-founded as Salfi pounds the 2-2 pitch through the hole on the left side. So Diaz-Randall apparently knew that she was getting up to the plate this inning and steps in after striking out in her first trip. 1 on and 2 out, Seraphin right back to work and paints the inside corner on Diaz-Randall, who was crowding the plate on the right side. 0-1. Close pitch from Seraphin. Had the plate. It's like it was just a touch too high. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-0 ball game here in the top of the 4th. Seraphin goes down and away and gets a pop-up. Foul territory right side, just kept on drifting away from Clemens, and Ortiz couldn't get there. Clemens trips over her. Everyone's okay, and it's a 2-strike count coming up. So not the worst outcome, but you'd certainly have liked to have gotten the out. Seraphin looking to get out of this. The 1-2 pitch, let her high, just a bit up and out of the zone. Count evens, and deuces are wild. Seraphin really trying to work the letters on Diaz-Randall and misses again as the count runs full. Salfi will be moving on 3-2. There she goes, and Diaz-Randall a flip to left field. Jogging towards the left field line is Thiel, who makes the catch and ends the inning and the threat here in the top of the 4th. 2 hits, 1 erased on the caught stealing. The other left on base. We're halfway home in Game 1 with Dominican leading Aurora 1-0. 1-0. This was the final score between Dominican and Aurora in the NAC tournament last May. In that contest, it was Riley Davis hitting a triple to right field into the sun, plated the game's only run in the bottom of the 2nd inning. That held up. Well, here we are. Dominican as the visitor. Score in the 2nd, and so far it's held up. Carly Clemens, first pitch swinging in a foul ball. Emma Woodhouse ahead. The freshman 0-1. Here's the pitch. Looped up the middle, but not out of the reach of Olmos. Able to come on, and she has been busy at second base today. Had the put out on the fielder's choice in the 1st inning and has otherwise fielded pops or lineouts 4 other times. Aurora has given 10 outs, so it's been a lot of Isabella Olmos. And by the way, has the double in the game's only run. Another foul ball on a first pitch offer from Alex Thiel. It's 0-for-1. Aurora doesn't have a hit since Stephanie DeBice in the 1st inning. 0-1 pitch, rolled over, and it got past Woodhouse. Davis was trying to reach it and tipped it with her glove and took it out of play from Santoyo. Be credited as an error. So Kelsey Oviatt, first pitch swinging, lined back up the middle, knocked down by Woodhouse. Had plenty of time to corral that and throw out Oviatt, but it advances Thiel to second base. And Lily Comparada will come to the plate. Comparada reached on a walk last time. First base is open here with 2 outs. Woodhouse, first pitch outside. One out. Also outside, and Comparada showing a good eye. Counts 2-0. Grounder up the middle. Shortstop Santoyo has it. Throw to first in time to get Comparada. And that ends the inning as Aurora, once again, the runner in scoring position, not able to come through and tie the game. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. To the 5th, Dominican leading 1-0. To the 5th, 1-0 Dominican and Aurora in another pitcher's duel. Caitlin Seraphin faces Jillian Zubernat in the 8th spot. The Dominican lineup misses down and away for ball 1. Zubernat flew out to left in her only trip so far today. It was the final out of the 2nd inning. Left-handed first baseman lifts the 1-0 to center. On the logo, on the A, is Ortiz, who puts away Zubernat. Hannah Vogel grounded out on 1 pitch to lead off the 3rd. Back up here for the 2nd time. Came in hitting .323. The home run, 6 driven in. Looks at ball 1 from Seraphin, who's been very good today. A scattered 5 hits, just the 1 run. Struck out 2, no walks. That's not really what Seraphin does. Here Vogel got a lot of the 1-0 pitch, but was out in front and drove it foul all the way to the left field wall. Incredibly, in 49 and 1, now make that 2/3 innings, Seraphin has walked 4 batters. Well, if you're looking for a pitcher who's going to come right at opposing hitters, attack the zone, well, here you go, Caitlin Seraphin. Vogel fouls off the 1-1, and now the freshman looking to finish the job. Vogel out in front again, pulls it, foul down the left field line. Stars haven't lost this season when leading after 4 innings. They're 11-0. They have 11 wins, so you do the math. It's really been the turning point. When they've been up here, they usually don't fall behind. Vogel on 2-2 sends it right back up the middle. A 1-out single. Vogel has a successful stolen base on her only attempt. We'll see if she's in motion as the lineup turns over. 3rd time through the order, and it's Emma Woodhouse. First pitch swinging, and it's hauled in by Carly Clemens at 2nd. Inches above the dirt, she turns and doubles off Vogel at 1st to end the inning. I'm not sure Aurora knew it. There was a little confusion if the inning was indeed over. Now they head off, and the nice play by Carly Clemens on the line-out 4-3 double play sends us to the bottom of the fifth. One hit, nobody left. Once again, no runs. Still 1-0 Dominican here at Bedrosian Stadium. Some fine defending by Aurora a moment ago. Able to get out of a brewing jam. I wouldn't really consider having one on with one out a jam. But before it could become one, Clemens with the snow cone catch, lunging to her left at second base. And the double play has gotten the Aurora Bats back out. Ariana Anderson in the 9 spot will lead it off against Emma Woodhouse. Aurora just 2 hits through 4 innings, both in the first inning, reached twice on errors as well. First pitch swinging, a grounder right up the middle, and I stand corrected. That was Cassidy Wydra into the game for Anderson. But all the same, the result was the same, a 1-pitch ground out to the shortstop Santoyo. Lineup turns over, and it's Aubrey Ortiz. First pitch, tapped foul up the third base line. Now, Anderson is able to re-enter, and we'll see if she's back in at third base when the 6th inning commences here in a bit. Ortiz 0 for 2. 6-game hit streak for the sophomore from Escondido, California. Takes ball 1. And the count evens. Again, the infield pulled in. Ortiz stabs at an elevated off-speed pitch and tips it foul. And Woodhouse in control. 2 hits, 1 walk, couple of strikeouts. He's pitched around a few errors. Actually does not have a 1-2-3 inning yet as a result. And a brief pause here as Woodhouse is getting a bit of assistance with equipment. Well, the umpire came out making sure everyone was okay, everyone having a good laugh out there in the pitcher's circle, and it appears that everything is okay with everyone involved here. Counts 1-2 to Ortiz. Spartan center fielder trying to find her way on base, or make that the right fielder more accurately. Pitch comes up and in. It's off the handle and over the screen into the bleachers here at Bedrosian Stadium. I'll send that back into the Aurora dugout. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Mia Rivera on deck for AU. She'll bat regardless. Will Ortiz be on? She will not. Hot shot up the third baseline. Riley Davis there to make the catch. 2 down. Mia Rivera has one of Aurora's 2 hits. Bats here in the top of the 5th with the bases empty. First pitch fouled off. Home 5th. Another low-scoring game between the Stars and Spartans. Aurora looking for a rally. Woodhouse comes up and in. Rivera takes a look. She moves forward in the left-handed batter's box. Takes it for ball 1. Nina Richards on deck. Hoping for a chance to tie or put Aurora in the lead this inning. 1-1. Chopped deep into the hole. Santoyo looking for the sliding backhanded stop, but even if she had made it, was not going to be able to get Rivera. The 2-out single brings Richards to the plate. Rivera is 7 of 9 stealing bases, second on the team. You do wonder, will Mike McKenzie put her in motion, move her in the scoring position? Richards is 0 for 2. Woodhouse first pitch offered at up over the netting and foul. Only twice has Aurora had a runner in scoring position today. Both times it was followed by an out. Aurora would love to get a third opportunity here if they can advance Rivera. But so far has not made any motion towards trying to swipe second. Richards takes ball 1 too high. Count levels at 1 apiece. And now 1-2 as Woodhouse comes in on the hands with the heater. Richards flips that back into the netting. Under the sun, the wind lightly drifting in from right field. Rivera looks out at the 1-2 from Woodhouse. It is popped up, foul, and it just has enough to get into the screen. So the at-bat continues. I was unsure if it was going to have enough to get over. And if it did not, a lot of times it ends up actually spinning back off of the netting. But it did get into it, and the count's 1-2. Once again for Richards, who offers at it, pops it up in the shallow right center, and it's almost, again, calls off the outfielders and makes the catch to end the inning. Aurora finally back into the hit column, but it's left stranded and still unable to get in to the run column. It's 1-0 Dominican through 5 innings at Bedrosian. Today's broadcast presented in part by Kaufman GMC in Aurora, celebrating 75 years of service to Aurora and communities across Chicagoland. By Elite Management Properties, offering extensive student housing options around the Aurora University campus. And by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, game days are better with Cane's. We're through 5. Dominican leads Aurora 1-0. 2-3-4 in the Stars order in the top of the 6th. That means Liliana Santoyo leads it off and takes ball 1 down and in. Ariana Anderson has re-entered the game at third base for Cassidy Wydra. 1-0, chopped into the hole on the left side. Richards was going to have a tough play, fielded it clean, but the throw not in time. Infield leadoff single for Santoyo. It's the third time that the Stars have set the table with the leadoff batter. So the infield comes together. They discuss strategy as Santoyo looks on. Only a couple of stolen bases. Reagan Davis does not have a sacrifice bunt this season, meaning for her career, but will offer at it here. Stabbed at it, missed. Big jump by Santoyo, who slid back into first as the throw arrived. It was not caught. I'm not sure that she wasn't back in time anyway. So the corners are drifting in. Davis tries again, fouls it off on the bunt attempt. So presumably that means the freshman will be swinging. Now compared to drifting up the first base line a bit, third baseman Anderson remains back. Santoyo was able to go to second. And a liner into the gap in left field. That will score Santoyo. And Davis has come through with an RBI single. So I have to stand corrected. I thought there was a foul ball from Davis. It was a wild pitch. She didn't touch it. And so that was how Santoyo got to second. Put her in the scoring position. And then Davis able to drive her home with a clean single in the left. So now we'll see a pinch hitter. And that is the flex player in Kayla Amormino. She digs in. First pitch swinging, belts it to deep right. Ortiz to the warning track, couldn't haul it in. And Amormino delivers with her second double of the season. Davis pulls up at third. And it'll be two in scoring position for Riley Davis, and Mike McKenzie will come in and talk with his infield. There's still nobody out here in the top of the sixth. Stars now with 9 hits and threatening to break this game open in the top of the sixth. To Ortiz's credit, she was able to get to the warning track but was on a dead sprint. Got the glove to it, just could not hang on. Davis 0 for 2. Aurora infield drawn in. Seraphin misses low. 2-0 for now, and the freshman Seraphin having to dance out of trouble. Gets a pop-up. Shallow center. Rivera comes on and dropped it at the edge of the logo. I think she was thinking about the exchange and the throw home and didn't make the catch. Davis scores. Amormino is into third. It's an error on Rivera. Aurora's first. Now, Rivera had a lot of real estate to cover when she got there. Just didn't hang on. Runners on the corners for Peyton Salfi in a 3-0 game. First pitch swinging, sliced in the shallow right foul territory, and down for strike one. Salfi has a couple of singles and an RBI. A 1. Outside corner for strike two. Infield still in. Here's the 0-2. Runner goes. Throw was down to third to see if Amormino was in any kind of danger. She was not, and Davis is in the second. Or rather, Olmos, who has re-entered now. It's the 1-2, down and in. A couple of strikes and a couple of misses to even the count. Liner up the middle. Base hit. Almost scores. Davis will go to third. Salfi is 3 for 3, and it's 4-0 Dominican. So Davis was run for a moment ago. And into the game was Tamaya Jefferson. And now we'll have a pitching change. Nobody out in the top of the sixth. It's Riley Campbell into the game for Aurora. Stars in front, 4-0. It's Riley Campbell into the game for Aurora out of the bullpen and in a tough spot. It's 4-0, nobody out, runners on the corner. She'll start off Kaylee Diaz-Randall with strike one. Diaz-Randall 0 for 2. And Campbell in relief of Caitlin Seraphin, who goes 5+, 10 hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Final runs to be determined. Right now it's 4 runs. And at the moment, 3 earned. Missed to Diaz-Randall, counts 1-1. Infield still in after the stolen base from Salfi. Ball 2. A couple in scoring position for the Stars. No change to the infield alignment. Here's the 2-1. Over the outside corner. Good pitch by Campbell. Single, single, double, error, single. The order of things here in the 6th. High fly ball to left. Thiel under it, makes the catch. Tagging and heading home is Jefferson. The throw is cut off. And Comperta went to second. A very close play as Salfi was heading back to the bag. And you may have heard the audible groan from the crowd who thought that Aurora had gotten her. Well, the call is safe. It's 5-0 on the sac fly. So Aurora with the out. And now a pinch hitter in Madison Butler, who's 6 for 11 with 5 driven in on the year. Takes a strike from Campbell. Five nothing, runner on second with 1 out. Pop up, foul territory, first base side. Comperta not quite able to get there. Aurora very capable of coming up with a big inning to get back in this. Down 5 here and only 6 outs left. Not looking very promising at the moment. Need to get something back here in the home half. 0-2, Campbell misses well up and out of the zone. So Butler, freshman from Eureka, Missouri, trying to find a way on base. Takes ball 2 outside. Now, did not get into the game yesterday, but when she has entered, it has frequently resulted in base hits. Been off to a very nice start to her career. It's a fly ball to center. Rivera into the alley and dropped it. And again, a situation she had to cover a lot of territory, but did not make the play, and it's runners on the corners. Second error in the field here for Aurora. Oh, and now you have to be worried because the 8th run is at the plate. There's still only 1 out. It's Hannah Vogel coming to the plate. Aurora has to get out of this. The infield comes in again. Vogel's 1 for 2, batted last inning and hit a clean single right back where it came from. Runner goes. Once again, it's just about trying to force Aurora into the best of a less than ideal situation. So that allows looks like Jillian Zubernat would come back in to go to second. Then a good bunt by Vogel. So that scores what had been Salfi's spot, but was Lillian Guzman. And now it's Emma Woodhouse at the top of the order. The ground out, and that ends the inning. Dominican brings all 9 to the plate. They score 5 on 5 hits, 2 errors, and 1 left. And Aurora with some work to do in the bottom of the 6th at 6-0 Dominican. Several re-entries here for Dominican. Riley Davis back into the game at third base. And we saw Isabella almost already come back into the game to run. Leilani Guzman replaced Peyton Salfi. Salfi's back in right field. And Jillian Zubernat had already re-entered, so she's back at first base. First pitch to Stephanie DeBice is taken for a strike. As Woodhouse has allowed only 3 hits through 5 innings. She tries to close in on a second straight shutout. Aurora will like to have other ideas. Down 6-0. You don't need them all back now. However, a comeback's not going to be very likely if it's another 0 on the board here. And the reason I say that, as DeBice takes strike 2, is Dominican has won its last 52 games when leading through 6 innings. It's been almost 3 years since they've given up a 7th inning lead. Foul ball. DeBice is 1 for 2. So she does have one of those 3 Aurora hits. In fact, she has the second one. Outfield shifted to right field. DeBice under the 1-2, and it'll end up on the roof of the Stars dugout. With Campbell into the game, you would presume that Madeline Buskey will have the start in Game 2 for Aurora against Rhiannon Rubio, the freshman right-hander for the Stars. We'll see if that ends up, in fact, being the case. 1-2 fastball well outside. Two. Back up the middle and through for Aurora's 4th hit. Well, Aurora has not had the leadoff batter on much. Just one time in the 3rd inning when Aubrey Ortiz reached on an error. Well, she wasn't able to advance any further. Carly Clemens looking for her first hit. The alum of West Chicago High School will step in after Reese Posen enters to run for DeBice. Woodhouse into the windup. Misses high. Aurora has been aggressive at the plate. It's not a team that walks a ton. About twice a game. They're up there to swing the bat, and they've had a lot of success at it. 366 average that led the NAC coming in. They were second in doubles, triples, and home runs coming in. I don't have an extra base hit and don't have a lot of single base hits against Woodhouse so far today. Woodhouse falls behind Clemens with a high off-speed pitch. So the freshman with a 2-1 count looks in from the right-handed batter's box and cuts on a low fastball. Not able to find it. The count evens. Two popped up, foul territory, first base side. Zubernat over towards the entrance to her dugout makes the catch. One down.
Now batting, number 2, Alex Steele.
Alex Steele looking for her first hit in her 3rd try. Swings at the first pitch, pops it up. Foul territory, third base side. Riley Davis has that for the 2nd out. And we'll see Kelsey Oviatt swap into the game. Oviatt 0 for 2. Takes ball 1. I mentioned how dominant Dominican has been when leading through 6 innings. But it's been a couple of years since Aurora has come back to win after trailing through 6. No time like the present, right? They were down against St. Norbert April of 2023, scored 3 in the top of the 7th to win. That was scorched to Davis at 3rd. But as it has been at times, does not go Aurora's way. Hard hit right at a fielder, and the line out ends the inning. No runs on a hit, 1 left to the 7th. All Dominican, 6-0 here in game 1. Dominican brought 9 to the plate in the 6th inning. So it's Liliana Santoyo who will start it off. We'll have a defensive change as Mia Malzik has checked in and will play in center field. Malzik, a freshman from North Aurora. First pitch swinging Santoyo deep to left. Alex Thiel drifts over a step in front of the warning track and makes the catch for the first out. Reagan Davis is at the plate. And that is simply a re-entry. She's 1 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. Campbell's first pitch misses for ball 1. One out. Hit foul. Count 1-1 to Reagan Davis in the 3 spot. Tips the 1-2 foul. Aurora will have 8-9-1 up in the last of the 7th, trying to mount a comeback. 1-2 was left up and out of the zone, so the count evens. Two. Hit hard. Deep left center field. You can forget about it. Reagan Davis, first career home run and an absolute no-doubter. Solo shot makes it 7-0. Fifth home run Aurora's allowed this season. Typically very good at keeping the ball in the yard. Isabella Olmos falls behind 0-1 and takes strike 2. She is 3 for 3. Stand corrected, she is 2 for 2. Kayla Amormino hit for her in the 6th inning and doubled. The cleanup spot has been very effective for the Stars here in the opener. Uh, 0-2 out of the zone, and now Campbell back in for the 1-2. Almost Lifts this in the shallow right, and it's down right on the chalk. Almost rounds first, goes into second with a slide, and has her second double of the day. Really could not have thrown it better than where she placed it. Which will bring Riley Davis to the plate. And she is 0 for 3. Almost has to get the base running mitt. We had a brief stoppage for that. And now Davis is back into the game. First pitch swinging, taps it foul. 7 runs on 12 hits. 7 of those have come in the last 2 innings. Both teams with 2 errors. Aurora with 4 hits and no runs through 6. Gamble down and in on 0-1. Well, the Stars were voted to win the NAC. Repeat as champs. Received 21 of 26 first place votes. They brought back 7 starters from a year ago. There's a fly ball to center. Malzik there for out number 2. Davis is 0 for 4. 7 players who started at least 25 games a year ago. They also brought back Emma Woodhouse. So if there was going to be a question, it was going to be who's that number 2 pitcher going to be behind Woodhouse, and they seem to have solved that problem. A wild pitch will move almost up to third base. It's ball 1 to Peyton Salfi, who has not been retired yet today. Three for 3 with a couple of RBIs. Takes ball 2. Similar spot, bit higher. It's 2 down. Liner in the left, it's 8-0. Well, have a day, Peyton Salfi, 4 for 4, all singles, 3 of them drove in runs. And now we'll have a pinch hit opportunity for Kaylee Diaz-Randall. And it's Priscilla Rudder. Ball 1 down and away to Rudder, who's 3 for 9 with a double and 2 driven in. Foul ball. One, up and away. Eight nothing. Hot shot up the right field line. 2 bases for Rudder. Salfi will pull up at third. It's the 5th double today for Dominican to go along with a home run. Have not done a lot wrong at the plate today. And now it's Jillian Zubernat at the plate. She gets ahead 1-0. Madison Butler batted in this spot last inning. Campbell fights back with the breaking ball. That'll even the count. It's 2 outs, back-to-back base hits. One of them drove in the Stars' 8th run. 1-1, a good fastball on the outer half. Riley trying to get out of the jam, gets a tapper to third under the glove of Anderson. It's a tough play. It scooted right under the leather and makes it 9-0. Salfi scores. Rudder goes to third. It's now 15 hits for the Stars in this one. And Alyssa Craig will pinch hit in the 9 spot. First pitch, swinging and a liner at Anderson at third. That will do it for the 7th inning. 2 big innings for Dominican. 5 runs in the 6th and now 3 more in the 7th. 5 hits in each inning. They leave 2 in this frame. It's last chance time for Aurora and a lot of work to do. It's 9-0 through 6.5. Madison Lung will lead off the bottom of the 7th and pinch hit in the 8th spot for Aurora. It's 2 for 4 on the season. Check swing, an appeal, and she did not go. Emma Woodhouse trying to finish off a shutout. They have a 9-run lead to work with. 5 runs in the 6th on 4 hits, 3 runs in the 7th on 5 hits. Dominican brought all 9 to the plate in the 6th and then 8 to the dish in the 7th. Lung, 1-1, swung on, hit to left. And that's Vogel back into the game for Dominican, who makes a catch for the first out. Now Kayla Corey will pinch hit in the 9 spot. 2 for 9. First pitch swinging in the left field again on the run into the alley. Vogel again makes the play, and it is last chance time for Aurora. And it's Aubrey Ortiz who will try to extend the game at the top of the Aurora order. And Woodhouse, the infield in all around her, gets a foul tip from Ortiz. Dominican, barring a miracle, will move to 12-5. 4-1 in the NAC. Aurora will fall to 4-3 in league play and 14-9 overall. Bunt back to the pitcher. Woodhouse there to Zubernat at third, or make that at first. And that's it for game number 1. A 1-2-3 inning, the first of the game for Emma Woodhouse, finishes off a 4-hit shutout, and it's 9-0. Stars over Aurora in game number 1. 9 runs on 15 hits. Only 6 left stranded today for Dominican. No runs on 4 hits for Aurora. They leave 7, both teams with a couple of errors. It's Emma Woodhouse moving to 7-3 with the victory. The 4-hit shutout with 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. That's her second in as many games. Her second of the season and 12th shutout of her career. Caitlin Seraphin takes just her second loss, no save, in this one that took 1 hour and 35 minutes. 2:15, 2:20, somewhere in that neighborhood, the scheduled start time for game number 2, as Aurora will look to get a split on this series after the Stars took game 1, 9-0. We'll be back with the nightcap of this Sunday doubleheader. This is Aurora University softball.
At Aurora University, we have a long history of living our mission as an inclusive community dedicated to the transformative power of learning. I love that our mission begins by stating that we're inclusive. This value defines who we are and helps shape every decision we make and how we make those decisions. Our success lies in collaboration and wholehearted commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. By embracing and encouraging diversity in all its forms, we create a campus where unique perspectives and experiences are valued. This environment enables access to novel information and innovative ideas and paves the way for more effective problem solving. In other words, when we bring different perspectives to campus, we learn from one another. And that can happen during a classroom discussion, a student club event, a speaker presentation, or on the playing field. This is why I am dedicated to increasing access to higher education and to preparing students to be leaders who live meaningful lives, are interculturally competent, and civically engaged. As the new president of AU and first Latina president in AU history, I am asking faculty and staff to focus on creative, distinctive opportunities for students, always considering their diverse backgrounds, unique needs, and challenges, and connecting them in a timely fashion to resources that will help them succeed. This means that we need to create opportunities for dialogue centered around the experiences of individuals that may be different from our own. When we are willing to learn about others, it shows we care. When we have empathy, it helps us connect with others more easily and we understand one another better. At AU, demonstrating the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion involves providing access to programs and offices that embrace differences and set all students up for success. We offer students support through the Disability Resource Office, the Pathway Autism Initiative, the Office of Black Student Initiatives, the Office of Latino and Latina Student Initiatives, the Bias Incident Response Team, and the Safe Zone Training Program, and through our Chief Diversity Officer and committees focused on DEI efforts. We also support DEI through our athletics programming. We invite and recruit prospective student athletes with different backgrounds from all over the country, even the world, to become AU Spartans. Our coaches not only focus on winning, but they emphasize service and programming to help improve our communities. Aurora University students, faculty, staff, and coaches thrive on being part of a relationship-intensive institution where we embrace and celebrate diversity by openly sharing our opinions, perspectives, and ideas with each other on campus and through our interactions with those in the community. This is how we empower all students to achieve lasting personal and professional success. Go Spartans!
In AU athletics, we're guided by 3 goals for every Spartan. First is academic achievement, second is social responsibility, and third is athletic success. We know if the Spartans accomplish those goals, they'll be set up for success after graduation and have a great experience while they're at AU.
Athletic participation to me is very important. It builds skills that will help you in the future for a career path. Team building, collaboration, communication skills. You get that all from athletics, so it's really preparing me for the future.
When I came to school with a built-in family, that's invaluable to me, just having those girls with me all the time and get to spend every day together.
We always go to like the men's volleyball, women's volleyball, lacrosse, basketball, anything that's really going on campus.
The faculty is just so caring. They always do the absolute best to make sure you succeed in the classroom.
Having the student-teacher ratio that we have is amazing. You get to walk in and they know your name. You can ask them questions personally.
The pedigree is to win conference championships in every sport and compete at the national level for a national championship. And I chose a school that I know I was going to be playing for a national championship year in, year out.
I really enjoy the facilities. It's really nice that we have cages that we can go to when it's cold or rainy.
What separates AU from every other institution is its student-centric philosophy. I've seen this university operate in a variety of vantage points over the last 20 years, as a student athlete, as a professor, as a coach, and now as an administrator. And in each one of those roles, AU's unwavering commitment to put the student at the center of everything is abundantly clear.
It's definitely so cool to see all of the different backgrounds people come from. It's just an experience I've never gotten before, so getting to meet people from across the country and even across the world.
We like to go to the city on the weekends, and we like to go watch sports games downtown.
You're close to a big city. You get a degree here at Aurora University, you have many internship possibilities that you can actually go to. Anything that you're going to go into is right here in the Chicago area.
I enjoy coaching because of the connection with the student athlete. From the time you start recruiting them, whether it's texting them or calling them, to the time that they graduate here, you're with them day in and day out. They know we're here for them.
We volunteer at the food pantry down the street. We do it every year. It's a great opportunity for us to come together and give back to our community, and I know that other teams do it too.
In Division III, our student athletes are able to really focus on all aspects of the academic experience. I don't have anyone on my team who's just involved with running. They're all in some form of clubs or academic organizations, have jobs outside. The fact they're able to do so many things during their undergrad and graduate studies in addition to athletics is just such a benefit.
AU Athletics dedicates themselves to building our student athletes through leadership experiences in the classroom, on their field of play, and beyond. It's your future, our promise.
I am a tax attorney for Kirkland & Ellis in downtown Chicago.
Got hired with Markham Police Department, went to the police academy right after I started on patrol.
I work for Molson Coors Beverage Company as a data analyst.
I'm a telemetry technician.
AU set me up really for success in the criminal justice field by having the faculty there to kind of guide us through what we wanted to do and kind of help us down the paths that we were leaning, whether it be municipal, state police, or if we wanted to go federal.
My AU professors really helped me in my political science classes, and they were also the ones that spent time with me preparing for the LSAT and preparing for law school applications. So it wasn't only just the classes that I was taking at AU to get my undergraduate degree, they were helping prepare me for the law school process and my educational career beyond AU.
I had great sources at Career Services that really helped me to craft my resume, and the professors were also really helpful to giving me those opportunities and to connect me with individuals in the workforce to actually get my first internship. I think my internship definitely helped me to get a job because it really helped to build up my resume and to show that I had been in the workforce studying and working at the same time.
AU has set me up for success by teaching me communication and teaching me how to use the community around me.
Find community, and that community can come in a lot of different ways, whether it's community through extracurriculars or even community with your professors. Your professors are human beings too. They want you to stop in during office hours. Build that community because it's going to make your experience while in undergrad that much more meaningful.
So the reason I love the criminal justice field and being in law enforcement is we get to be there for the community on their worst days, interact with the public and kind of see them and be more than just what they think we are and kind of help them out.
What I love about my job the most is that I love numbers. I love getting into the nitty-gritty of the numbers that really craft a story and help to show company performance.
For me, what I love most about nursing is that there's so many different avenues of nursing. You can do different specialties. You can be an ER nurse, you can be an ICU nurse. Having that opportunity to try something new and still be within the realm of nursing is super cool to me.
Game 2 just about underway between Aurora and Dominican. The Spartans looking to get a split after Game 1 did not go well for the hosts. They fell 9-0, giving up 5 runs in the 6th inning and 3 more in the 7th to be out of reach. Dominican moved to 5-0 on the road this season. They've been very good in true road matchups. So the Stars now 4-1 in conference play. Aurora 4-3. Here are the lineups for game number 2. First for the visiting Stars of Dominican University. They'll be exchanged here in just a moment. It's a very similar batting order, although not identical. Emma Woodhouse leads off. She's the designated player for game number 2. The shortstop Liliana Santoyo bats second. Reagan Davis now plays first base, but bats in the same spot in the 3-hole. Isabella almost remains in the cleanup spot, playing second base, and she'll be followed by Riley Davis, who's at third base, batting fifth, as she did in game 1. 6 and 7 are the same from the opener. It's Peyton Salfi in right field and Kaylee Diaz-Randall behind the plate. Batting 8th, making her first appearance of the day, is the center fielder Sarah Cornell. Hannah Vogel rounds out the order and plays left field. Woodhouse, Santoyo, Davis, Olmos, Davis, that's Reagan first, then Riley, Salfi, Diaz-Randall, Cornell, and Vogel line up for Dominican, and it is Rhiannon Rubio getting the start, her 8th of the year for DU. She's 4-2 with a .410 earned run average in 29 innings with 19 strikeouts, and opponents are batting .331 against her. The lineup for Aurora University in game number 2 has the Spartans sending Madeline Buskey to the circle for the 10th start of the season for her and 13th appearance. She's 5-2 with a .455 earned run average in 52 1/3 innings, just 12 strikeouts on the season for Buskey. But the batting order is identical to game number 1 for Aurora. It's the right fielder Aubrey Ortiz leading off, followed by the center fielder Mia Rivera, and the shortstop Nina Richards batting third. 4, 5, and 6, the designated player Stephanie DeBice, second baseman Carly Clemens, and third baseman Alex Thiel. It's Kelsey Oviatt batting 7th, doing the catching. Lily Camperda hits 8th and plays first base. And it's Ariana Anderson rounding out the order and playing third for AU. Ortiz, Rivera, Richards, DeBice, Clemens, Thiel, Oviatt, Camperda, and Anderson, the lineup for Aurora. So once again, the teams being introduced, and then we'll get ready for game number 2. Can Aurora get the split? I'll ask Madeline Buskey to try to keep the Stars' offense at bay in just a matter of moments. This is Aurora University softball. Madeline Buskey in the circle for her warm-up tosses, moments ahead of game 2. It is 52 degrees. Mostly sunny skies, a light wind in from right field hasn't really been much of a factor in this one. Kelsey Oviatt still behind the plate. Ariana Anderson playing third. Nina Richards at short. Carly Clemens over at second. And Lily Camperda playing first base here in game number 2. It's Aubrey Ortiz behind her in right field. Mia Rivera in center. And Alex Thiel playing left. Mark Ginsky and Ruben Garcia, again the umpires here, as they were in game number 1. And we are ready for softball as the Spartans will try to salvage a split of this series. First set of results already in the books around the NAC. We'll take you around that here in just a little bit. But it's Emma Woodhouse, one of the few in game 1 for the Stars who did not come up with a base hit, lined into a double play. And at 2:22, she takes strike 1 from Buskey. Woodhouse 3 for 7 yesterday, yet to get a base hit today, and not likely to get one here. Line drive into right field. And Ortiz is there for the first out on just 2 pitches. Liliana Santoyo certainly had a very good game 1, 2 for 4 with a double and a run scored after coming in with a team leading .388 average. The first pitch from Buskey is sprayed into the netting. An all right-handed batting lineup for Dominican for sure this time. 0-1 pitch. Another line drive into right, and once again Ortiz is under it for the second out. So a similar sequence, strike 1, fly out to right. Now Reagan Davis, who had a special moment in the first game with her first career homer and an absolute rocket to left center field, was gone by a considerable margin. Also added her 6th double of the season, drove in 2, now has 9 on the year. This is hit hard to right into the alley, and it will go to the wall. It's her 2nd double of the day, and the freshman Reagan Davis seeing the ball well here on this Sunday. Dominican 4 of 9 with runners in scoring position in game 1. They were efficient when they had their opportunities. Make it 4 straight with base hits for Davis, who's improving on the .340 average she brought into play today, and Isabella almost did the same thing. Came in hitting .321, went 3 for 3, grounder up the middle. It was a slow roller. Richards able to make the play and just got almost at first, retiring the freshman for the first time today. So the threat ends. A 2-out double is stranded. Once again, Dominican held off the board in the top of the first. Aurora gets the bats out next here at Bedrosian Stadium. Aubrey Ortiz will lead off the Aurora offense once again, after holding Dominican off the board in the top of the first. Spartans looking for their first runs of the day. Ortiz had a 6-game hit streak come to an end. She reached on an error, the only time she was on base, so the infield, as we typically see with Ortiz, is pulled in. And Aubrey fights the first pitch from Rhiannon Rubio off. Rubio's last appearance was the 4-hit shutout against Marion yesterday, the first of her career. Alum of Lancaster High School in California. Takes a look in and now winds and deals to Ortiz, who gets the bunt down right in front. There was a collision between Rubio and Riley Davis, but a great jump by Ortiz. No chance to get Aubrey, who has her first hit of the day on the infield single. Now Mia Rivera had 2 of Aurora's 4 hits in game 1. She takes strike 1. Unfortunately, the hits were clustered. Rivera had a couple. Stephanie DeBice, currently waiting at the Aurora dugout railing, had the other 2, and everyone else was 0 for in game 1. Rivera, grounder to third. Davis will go to second to get the lead runner, as Almost was there to cover the bag. And the fielder's choice will put Rivera on first in place of Ortiz. 5-4, the scoring. And now Nina Richards will come to the plate seeking her first hit of the day. She came in hitting .389 with a team-leading 9 doubles and 25 RBIs and a wild pitch. As Rubio buried an off-speed pitch, it skipped off the knee of Diaz-Randall behind the plate. So not only does Richards get ahead in the count, will bat with a runner in scoring position where Aurora went just 0 for 2 in game 1. Rubio misses up and away on the second pitch. Can Aurora get in the business here? Richards was 0 for 3 in the opener. 2-0. Fouled off. Now it's so important to get on the board ahead of the Stars. They're now 10-0 when scoring first. Aurora, for its part, is 10-1 when scoring first. Their first loss when getting ahead was yesterday. Game 1 against St. Norbert. 2-1 pitch, popped up and out of play. Foul on the first base side. Yeah, but the Stars have been basically automatic when they've led from the middle point of the game on. Aurora, not quite as automatic, but still hard to come back from 11-1 leading after 4, 10-0 leading after 5, 10-2 with a lead through 6. Another foul ball up over the Dominican dugout on the first base side. Still 2-2 here to Richards. And very few comebacks. Stars 0-5 trailing after 4, 0-4 when trailing after 5 and 6. Aurora does have a couple of wins when trailing through 4 innings, but none when behind after 5 and 6 innings. 2-2 to Richards. That is lined in the right. Salfi not have to move very much to make the catch. She does. Rivera tags and moves up 60 feet to third base. 2 down. But for just the second time today, Aurora has a runner to third base. It was Mia Rivera in the first inning of game 1. She was stranded there, and Aurora didn't get any farther than first the rest of the game. First pitch from Rubio is in for strike 1 to Stephanie DeBice, who came in hitting .529, went 2 for 3 to extend her hit streak to all 15 games she's appeared in. 0-1. Hit hard in the right towards the foul line. Salfi nearly came in too much. That closed in on her quickly. She got the glove up and caught it with the very tip of the leather. And that ends the threat. Once again, Aurora gets a runner to third in the first inning. Cannot bring it in. No score through 1. Aurora and Dominican. Our broadcast today is presented in part by Kaufman GMC in Aurora, celebrating 75 years of service to Aurora and communities across Chicagoland. By Elite Management Properties, offering extensive student housing options around the Aurora University campus. And by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Game days are better with Cane's. 5-6-7 in the Dominican order due up. No score through 1 here in game 2. Riley Davis to the plate for the Stars. 0 for 4. Reached once on an error to bringing a .378 average into play today. Team leading 10 RBIs. Takes ball 1 down on Buskey, or from Buskey. 1-0, much too high. The first 2 are in Davis's favor. Peyton Salfi and Kaylee Diaz-Randall are due up this inning for Dominican. Here's the 2-0. That's at the knees for strike 1. Buskey's last appearance yesterday, 5-inning complete game, allowed 2 runs, 1 earned on 9 hits, A walk with 3 strikeouts. 2-1 lifted deep to left field. On the warning track, Alex Thiel tracks it down and makes the catch. A nice play by Thiel. Unable to find that. Feet in front of the left center field fence. And Davis, arguably her best contact of the day, but still hitless on the afternoon. Cannot say that about Peyton Salfi, a career day in the opener. He gets ahead 1-0. 4 for 4, 3 RBI singles, scored twice, have a day. Fouls off the 1-0. So like Isabella Olmos prior to her, has not been retired yet today. Now Olmos did make the final out of the first. So Madeline Buskey hoping to have similar success. And finally send Salfi back to the dugout without running the bases. Buskey misses up and away with the fastball and falls behind Salfi 2-1. 2-1 pitch runs in on the hands. High fly ball to left. Much easier play for Alex Thiel. And she has it for out number 2. Well, it's 5 outs, 4 on fly balls, and just 1 on the ground. And Kaylee Diaz-Randall will dig in. 0 for 2 with a sac fly in the opener. It was her 5th RBI of the season, and a looper into left field for a base hit. Once again, with 2 outs, Dominican able to get someone on base. This time it's a sophomore catcher who has her first hit of the day. And we'll see Sarah Cornell for the first time, the freshman from Upland, California. First pitch swinging, fly ball to center. Rivera backpedaling. She makes the catch drifting towards the left field alley. And that's it for Dominican in the top of the second. Once again, a 2-out hit. Once again, left on base. No score through 1.5. Aurora and Dominican. Real quick, let's take a look at the infield and outfield defensive alignment for Dominican. Kaylee Diaz-Randall behind the plate. It's Davis at both corners. Riley at third, Reagan at first. Liliana Santoyo playing short. Isabella Olmos at second. Left center and right field, Hannah Vogel, Sarah Cornell, and Peyton Salfi. Carly Clemens will lead it off for Aurora in a so far scoreless game in the bottom of the second. Clemens 0 for 3 yesterday, trying to snap a 3-game skid after going on a 6-game hit streak a week prior. Came in hitting .306. Rhiannon Rubio, the wind, fires the first pitch down the middle to Clemens. Out of West Chicago High School, not so far from here, home of the Wildcats. Max Preps reports she hit .378 a year ago with a couple of homers. So she has the power. And already has one here in her college career. Fights off the 0-1. 6 doubles, 10 driven in for Clemens. Certainly quite a bit of power for the Spartan second baseman. Rhiannon's 0-2. Looking for the outside corner and just missed it. And Rubio's release point, a little different from Emma Woodhouse, as there's a little more bend in the delivery. Brings her arm nearly all the way down to the dirt during the windup. Back-to-back misses to Clemens, and the count is even at 2. Rubio looks in at Diaz-Randall and now comes to the plate and misses again. That time the riser out of the zone, and it's a full count. Clemens trying to be the leadoff runner for the second time in as many innings. Here's the payoff pitch. Off the end of the bat, foul. It's a young Aurora lineup. Mia Rivera in her first year with the program. Stephanie DeBice on the roster last year, limited at-bats. Carly Clemens, of course, a freshman. Kelsey Oviatt, a freshman. Lily Comperta, sophomore, pinch hit opportunities a year ago. Ariana Anderson, senior, has had limited at-bats. Another foul ball. Angie Delgado not in the lineup today, but the freshman has had a great start to the season, hitting .391. And of course, there's the fifth-year senior, Faith Biggs, one of the leading home run hitters in Aurora history. So a lot of experience, but also a lot of youth on this roster. Clemens works the leadoff walk. And then it goes right into the pitching staff as well with the two seniors, Madeline Buskey and Riley Campbell, with the freshman Caitlin Seraphin. Alex Thiel to the plate, first pitch swinging. One is sprayed foul. Clemens has just one stolen base attempt, but was successful on it. Thiel 0 for 3 with one trip on base due to an error. 94 career hits. She closes in on 100 for her career. Takes ball one. Clemens at first, nobody out, bottom two. Thiel shows bunt. Huge jump by Clemens, who just got back to the bag ahead of the throw from Diaz-Randall. Almost was going over to cover the bag at second, and that might have been the difference. If Reagan Davis is still there, I'm not sure that Clemens isn't out. Thiel took a strike after pulling back the bunt. Swings on 1-2, loops it in the center. Clemens had to wait to make sure it would get down in front of Cornell, and then was able to make a dash for second and is in with a slide. So Kelsey Oviatt trying to give Aurora its first lead with its first run of the day. Batting here with nobody out, 2 on. Rubio trying to work out of trouble. Misses letter high to start off this plate appearance. Oviatt 0 for 3 in the opener. 2 doubles and 4 driven in on the season. Looking to make it 5. 1-0. Similar spot, same call. NSC did the Nina Richards, and only Nina Richards. Rubio falls behind 2-0, and we'll get a little encouragement from Liliana Santoyo and Kaylee Diaz-Randall. So this will be a brief conversation. Aurora's put down a dozen sacrifices this season. That's right in the middle of the NAC. Oviatt has 3 of them. Well, if ever there were a time, here it is. No doubt Rhiannon Rubio is aware of that. Corner's not drawn in as much as you'd think in a potential sacrifice situation. But now Dominican has larger problems as Rubio's missed with 3 straight. So Oviatt likely doesn't even need to hold the bat for this next pitch. It's in at the knees, probably a little closer than I'm sure Rubio would have liked. Hitters count for the freshman. Trying to put Aurora in front. There's the 3-1. Pitch to hit. Oviatt a bit late. Hit it foul. Activity in the Dominican bullpen. Left-hander Kylie Austin warming up. Payoff pitch. Into center. It's deep and off the glove of Cornell, having to retreat. Clemens comes in to score. Thiel slides into third. Aurora has its first lead of the day. Oviatt with the RBI single. Runners on the corners with nobody out for Lily Comperta. Cornell just a little hesitation off the bat, and that made the difference. She got the glove to it, just threw it up. Couldn't hang on. Now Lily Comperta. First pitch swinging. It's foul and out of play. Comperta 0 for 1 with a walk in the opener, now 4 of 11 on the season. Has a couple of RBIs and is in an RBI situation and delivers through the hole on the right side. Thiel is in to score. Oviatt moves to second. 2-0 Aurora. And still nobody out in this home second. Can Ariana Anderson move the line? An 0 for 1 in her first game. We're going to have a pinch runner for Oviatt, and it's Reese Posen. So she's in for Oviatt. Comperta stays at first. And a big spot for Anderson. Meanwhile, the entire Dominican infield together in the pitcher circle having a discussion. Now, this is another situation where you have to think, nobody out. Do you put a sacrifice down and turn it over to the top of the order? Or do you let Anderson swing away? She has a sac bunt this season for whatever it's worth. Let's see what the decision is here. Rubio in a jam. Bunts down. That'll move everyone up. Rubio fields it and fires to almost at second, covering the bag. So a good sacrifice for Aurora. Moves Posen up to 60 feet from home plate. Comperta to second, and Ortiz to the plate with the infield in. A flash of a bunt, and then takes it for a strike. Now, it's interesting. With the bases empty, we've seen almost the second baseman move up level with the pitching plate. But now she's back just inside the baseline between first and second. And so what difference does that make? Opens up a little more of the field for Ortiz to work with. She's taken a couple of strikes. Is behind 0-2. Then a foul ball that was off the tip of the glove of a diving Riley Davis, but it was just to the west of the chalk. And so it's simply a dead ball. Still 0-2 after the foul tip. Rubio winds and deals again. And it's hit deep in the hole left side. Sliding stop Santoyo, who pops up and fires a strike to the plate where Posen is tagged out. It's a really nice play by Liliana Santoyo. Fielder's choice, 6-2. Has runners on the corners again. And Mia Rivera trying to continue the rally. Infield still pulled in because of the lefty. She lays the bunt down. Riley Davis fielded it slipped, got the throw off, and it's in time. Her heels sliding out from under her. She got the throw off, and it just had enough to get Rivera at first. A tough break for Aurora after nearly a tough break for Dominican. All the same, Aurora brings 7 to the plate. They score 2 on 3 hits. They leave a couple. The Stars limit the damage, but Aurora is in the lead for the first time. It's 2-0 going to the third. Two 2-0 Spartans, top of the third inning. Hannah Vogel will lead it off for the Stars. Aurora 2-0 leading Dominican, looking for the split of the set today. And Madeline Buskey, first pitch to Hannah Vogel, lined in the left. Leadoff single. And Vogel, who went 1 for 3 with an RBI earlier, improving on the 323 mark she brought into play today. Back to the top of the order. Emma Woodhouse still looking for her first hit of the afternoon. First pitch is a bunt, popped up, caught by Comperta as she was carried in the foul territory. And Vogel did a nice job of recognizing that that was not likely to work out and did not get too far away from first base. Liliana Santoyo, first pitch swinging and hits it out to center. Rivera to her right into the left field alley makes the catch. A lot of first pitch action here in the top of the third. That's 3 batters and 3 pitches. Madeline Buskey, 20 pitches to get through 2 2/3. Now Reagan Davis taking 1. Strike 1. Had a 2-out double. Last time up, was really put together a nice day. Now up to 7 doubles on the season. 0-1. Golfed into center field. Back to the, just in front of the warning track was Mia Rivera. It looked like she was trying to size up where exactly that would land, but made the right call, settles under it for the third out. And the leadoff single is left there. Madeline Buskey has scattered 3 hits through 3 shutout innings, and Aurora has the lead going to the bottom of the third. It's 2-0, AU in front. First round of games had Edgewood over Lakeland 8-7. MSOE held off Wisconsin Lutheran 7-6 to remain atop the NAC standings, now 3-0. Alverno was in it late at Concordia Chicago, but the Cougars with a few late runs win 8-7. And Concordia Wisconsin shut out St. Norbert 8-0. Currently, MSOE and Wisconsin Lutheran knotted up at 4 in the bottom of the third inning of their second game. Concordia Wisconsin leads St. Norbert 7-3 in the top of the 6th. Edgewood and Lakeland just getting underway. And then Rockford at Marion set to begin at 4 o'clock here this afternoon. Nina Richards leads off the home third for Aurora, looking for her first hit of the afternoon. First pitch swinging is sliced into the Dominican bullpen. A fly out to right back in the first inning for Richards, who's hitless on the afternoon, trying to change that. Rhiannon Rubio trying to settle in. Gave up 2 runs last inning and had to work out of a jam. 2 on, nobody out. And then eventually 1 out with 2 in scoring position. Another foul ball from Richards. 0-2 the count. We'll see Stephanie DeBice and Carly Clemens this inning for Aurora at the plate. Rubio to the windup, the 0-2. Off the hands of Richards and out of play. It's a chilly 52 out there, but the sun's out. That's half the battle. There's a dog among a few of the fans down the right field corner enjoying the game today. 0-2 to Richards on the way. It's too high. Not unusual to see a few canine friends here watching at Bedrosian Stadium. Every now and again we'll see them wander around in the stands. Just as often we see them down in one of the corners, taking it all in. 1-2, high into right field, shallow, and almost will get under it. Out from her position at second base to make the catch. Bringing DeBice to the plate. Wind picking up just a bit now. Out of right field from behind the Bedrosian Stadium scoreboard. It's a lovely complex here at the Spartan Athletic Park. Of course, the multi-purpose room behind the scoreboard. You can see the blue roof beyond right field. First pitch to DeBice. Fastball just off the plate. A weight room. There's also a large opening in there that can be used for a number of things. And the baseball and softball teams both use them. You'll see some batting cages in there. It's called the multi-purpose building for a reason. And, of course, the wrestling practice area in there as well. And then there's a lovely Spartan Stadium here just to our south, home of the AU football, soccer, and lacrosse teams. 2-0 to DeBice. Another close pitch. Another ball and a 3-0 count for DeBice, who will likely have the red light here. You could argue that Bedrosian Stadium is the gem of Spartan Athletic Park. DeBice takes ball 4. 4-pitch walk has her on with 1 out. I mean, this is certainly one of the finest softball stadiums at the Division III level for sure. Host of the NAC softball tournament here for the last several seasons. Always a lot of fun. Always very festive and, unfortunately, frequently quite rainy for at least one day. We haven't been able to get through an entire NAC tournament without any weather impacts here for the last few years. We'll cross our fingers that 2025 will be the year. A brief mound visit, and now Carly Clemens with 1 on and 1 out here in the third. Stabbed at a bunt. DeBice was caught off the base, but is back in as the throw got away from Olmos. Strike 1 to Clemens, who reached with a leadoff walk in the second inning and was driven in by Kelsey Oviatt 2 batters later. 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Good pick by Diaz Randall behind the plate. And see on the outfield wall, 24 conference champions for the Aurora University softball program, looking to add another in their first since 2016. Hard liner to short. Santoyo picked it up a few inches above the dirt. DeBice did nicely to hit the brakes and dive back into first. The line out is the second out. It could have been worse, and Alex Steele will get a chance to hit in the home third. Singled and scored last inning try to extend the rally here. Rubio looking for a clean inning. Starts off Theo with strike one. Now, believe it or not, the only time Aurora's been retired in order today was the 7th inning. Other than that, they've had traffic. It's just been about whether or not they could move it. And they were not able to do that against Emma Woodhouse, and they won't be able to do it here. Theo rolls over the 0-1 pitch. Santoyo at short flips it to Olmos. The inning-ending 6-4 fielder's choice. As DeBice is thrown out at third. So nothing for Aurora in the third. They leave one and lead it 2-0 as we go to the fourth. This is Aurora University softball. Madeline Buskey has thrown 22 pitches through 3 innings. 17 of those have been for strikes. A very efficient 3 shutout innings, scattering 3 hits. Middle of the Dominican order due up in the fourth. Isabella Olmos retired for the first time today. Back in the first. Swings of the first pitch and shoots that into the parking lot. Riley Davis, Peyton Salfi due up here in the fourth for the Stars. Here's the 0-1, the breaking ball. Tantalizing, but almost lets it go, and it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, popped up off the hands in the shallow center and over Carly Clemens. Tried to time the jump, but did not retreat enough off the bat. Bloop single leads off the fourth. And almost 11 of 11 on stolen base attempts coming in. Will be thrown out on the fielder's choice here. As Reagan make that Riley Davis first pitch swinging a grounder over to second. And nice job by Clemens to toss to short where Richards was there. So they'll exchange on the fielder's choice. Davis now on the base paths. She doesn't have a stolen base attempt this season. Peyton Salfi first pitch swinging. Longest plate appearance for Dominican in Game 2 is 4 pitches. You don't want to say they've swung at everything in Game 2, but they've almost swung at everything. They hit this here, a hot shot to short. Diving was Richards, who got the heel of the glove on it, but could not hang on. And the second hit of the inning is Peyton Salfi's 5th of the day. After flying out to second in her first plate appearance, she's on here. She absolutely roasted that 0-1 pitch from Madeline Buskey. Pinch runner. It's going to be Tamaya Jefferson. Out to second to run for Davis. Kaylee Diaz-Randall. First pitch swinging again. Shallow center. Clemens is there. 2 away. Now we saw a lot of this from Aurora in Game 1. A lot of swinging very early in counts. And Aurora's been known for being aggressive. And Dominican is taking a similar approach here and has not worked out against Madeline Buskey, who's been around the plate, but is getting a fair amount of marginal contact trying to work her way out of trouble here. Stars are 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position. Kayla Amormino came in the pinch hit, gave this a ride. But Rivera, about 10 feet in front of the warning track, is there. And that will end the threat in the top of the fourth. 2 hits, both left. No runs for Dominican. And Aurora holds on to a 2-0 lead halfway through game 2. Kayla Amormino, who entered as a pinch hitter, will stay in the game in center field, replacing Sarah Cornell. 2-0 Aurora, bottom of the fourth, bottom third of the order for Aurora. And Kelsey Oviatt leading it off. RBI single, her first plate appearance of game 2. Gave Aurora the lead they now continue to hold on to. She takes a strike from Rhiannon Rubio. Bullpen quiet now for Dominican. They've had several people up throwing, as they did throughout game number 1 as well. 0-1 pitch. Just off the outside corner with a fastball. RBI single for Oviatt was her first hit of the day. And will now try to double down. A 1-1 pitch. Swung on, sliced into right. Diving, Solfi makes a terrific catch and is pumped up as she pops up to the turf in right field. And I don't blame her. Outstanding play. 1 down. And Kelsey Oviatt robbed of her second hit of the day. What can Lily Comperta do? Rubio fires in strike 1. RBI single in her first trip, as with Oviatt. The freshman right-hander missed the release point there, nearly threw it over Diaz-Randall. Counts 1-1. Swings on it, hits it deep to left. That's going back, and it will one hop into the center field fence. Lily Comperta gives the 1-1 pitch a ride and has a 1-out double. Mike McKenzie in from the third base coach's box, so we're going to have some kind of change, and it appears it's going to be a pinch hit opportunity. And Mia Malzik is going to get the assignment. Saw her as a defensive replacement late in game number 1. Looking for her first career hit. Freshman from North Aurora is 0 for 2. Of course, in limited plate appearances. Teammate at West Aurora High School. About what, a mile from here with Caitlin Seraphin. It's the 0-1. It's too high. Show a bunt. Runner goes. Third base was open, and Comperta has the stolen base. So a daring play that time by Mike McKenzie. The sacrifice flies in order. The infield pulls in a bit against Malzik for the 2-1 pitch. Misses high. Hitters count. Don't need to do too much here. A medium fly ball would do it. The one out. There's the 3-1. Outside, ball 4. Good plate appearance for Malzik. And the corners with runners for Aubrey Ortiz as the lineup for Aurora turns over. And Christina Lucas is out of the dugout. Rhiannon Rubio is at the edge of the circle. And we'll have a pitching change right here. The Aurora threatening with 1 out and 2 on in the bottom of the 4th with a 2-0 lead. It's going to be Liberty Rivard into the circle for the Stars after the timeout. A sophomore right-hander from Bradley, Illinois, Liberty Rivard, coming off of 2 shutout innings out of the bullpen against Marion, is into the game for the 2nd time this weekend. She's made 3 appearances and has been sharp. 4 runs, but just 1 earned in 10 2/3 innings. That's a .66 ERA for the sophomore. She's scattered 9 hits and a walk. Just 1 strikeout, but opponents only hitting .200 against her. So she's pitched to contact and has been very good at it. And you know who else was? Kayla Faber. It's the NAC Pitcher of the Year last season. Aubrey Ortiz has the infield in. Batting here with 1 out, runners on the corners. Rivard finds the outside corner right away. 2-0 Spartans. 2 of 6 with runners in scoring position on the game. Rivard got Ortiz to chase down and away. It's tipped foul, and it's an 0-2 count. Outfield heavily shifted to left field and shallow. A lot of space up the middle. 0-2 hits the outside corner. That was the first pitch location from Liberty Rivard, and it certainly looked a little wide from up here, but consistent location. And now 2 outs for Mia Rivera. Rivera is 0 for 2 after a 2-hit opener, looking to extend the Aurora lead. Hits it back up the middle. Rivard got the glove out, makes the glove save, and then tosses over to Reagan Davis to retire the side. Could have been a lot worse. But after Aurora had runners on the corners with 1 out, that's it. 1 hit, they leave 2. And to the 5th, it's 2-0 Aurora in front. Today's broadcast of Aurora University softball is presented in part by Kaufman GMC in Aurora, celebrating 75 years of service to Aurora and communities across Chicagoland, by Elite Management Properties, offering extensive student housing options around the Aurora University campus, and by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Game days are better with Cane's. And a lot of fans in attendance would agree that game days are better with Aurora in front. It's 2-0 here through 4 innings. Madeline Buskey has scattered 5 hits and has not allowed the Stars to break through. Hannah Vogel leads off the 5th as she did in the 3rd. She started that with a single. She starts this with a foul ball over the Dominican dugout. Aurora 11-1 when leading through 4 innings. The Stars have lost all 5 when they've been behind at this point. 0-1, and Vogel fouls that off of her leg. Third time through the order about to begin with Emma Woodhouse on deck. Would be a huge split if Aurora can get it. 0-2 pitch, down and away, and a good take by Vogel. Was unappetized by the 3rd offering from Buskey. Now on 1-2. Buskey came up and in with a change, and that got Vogel out in front, who ropes a foul ball over towards the dugout fence. So Buskey gets a new ball, pounded it into the glove a few times in the back of the pitcher's circle, and now toes the rubber. Hannah Vogel back up the middle on 1-2. Second hit of the second game and her 3rd of the afternoon. The senior from Chicago has certainly seen the ball very well today. Now Emma Woodhouse showing bunt. When she went, pitch was in the dirt. Woodhouse thought she pulled back in time, and the home plate umpire disagreed. Comperda and Ariana Anderson, who had re-entered after being pinch hit for creeping down the lines. This one is a bunt on the first base side, forcing Comperda to come down to get it. She fires over to Clemens covering first. And a successful sacrifice, 3-4, moves Vogel in the scoring position. Liliana Santoyo now 0-for-2 in game 2. Trying to put Dominican on the board. She takes ball 1 down, out of the zone. Comperda is about 15 feet down the first baseline. Buskey fights back with a strike to even the count. And the count is a ball and a strike. Santoyo is driven in. 6 on the season. Line drive to center. Base hit. Rivera comes up throwing. It's up the first baseline as Vogel turned from 3rd and is in sliding to score. Santoyo advances on the throw and slides into 2nd after the RBI single to have the Aurora lead. Stars still threatening, and Reagan Davis will try to tie it up. He takes ball 1 at the letters. Doubled in the 1st, flew out to center in the 3rd. What will she do in the 5th? Well, for starters, she'll get ahead 2-0 as Buskey misses up and out of the zone twice. Infield back, outfield at normal depth. First base open, Buskey does not appear to want to challenge Reagan Davis as she misses with 3 straight. Kelsey Oviatt will come out, I think, to discuss what to do here. Now, you don't want to put the go-ahead run on base. You also do not want to throw one right down the middle. A player who has already hit a no-doubt homer today. 3-0 pitch. Elevated strike. I wondered if that would possibly be that intentional walk. Instead, it was a competitive pitch. Then on 3-1, sliced into right. Rivera tracks it down. Make that Ortiz tracks it down and makes the catch and fires it back in to Richards at shortstop to hold Santoyo from going any further. She had tagged and advanced 60 feet to third. That brings Isabella Olmos to the plate with the tying run at third. He's 1 for 2 here in game 2. Buskey missed Oviat's spot. She was set up on the outer half. Buskey hit the inner corner and got the strike despite the miss. 0-1, a breaking ball, and despite waiting on it, almost fouling it into the Dominican bullpen. Almost went 3 for 3 in the opener, 4 of 5 on the afternoon after coming in with a .321 batting average. Trying to tie it up. 0-2 pitch was barely in the left-handed batter's box. It was on the outer chalk. I'm just trying to get Olmos to change a batter's eye, but it did not work. She pounds the 1-2 through the hole on the left side and ties the game. A new ball game here in the top of the 5th. And Riley Davis into the right-handed batter's box against Buskey, trying to continue the rally, hits it back up the middle and into center field. 4 hits this inning, now 9 for the game for Dominican. And Mike McKenzie now in to have a word. And as is Coach McKenzie's way, a mound visit that lasted about 5 seconds. Well, sometimes there isn't much to say, right? I'm just trying to get everyone to settle down. Peyton Salfi, another player, has had a great day. 1 for 2 in game 2 and trying to put the visitors in front. She takes ball 1 from Buskey. A 4 for 4 opener for Salfi. A 5-hit series. Takes a strike. Oh, does not take a strike at the letters. It's 2-0. Now, remember I pointed out earlier that Kaylee Diaz-Randall was on deck for Peyton Salfi in game 1, did not have the catcher's equipment on. Apparently very confident that Salfi was going to come up with a base hit, which she delivered on. But she has the shin guards on for this one. So we'll test Kaylee Diaz-Randall's predictive powers here. We'll see if she knows something that we don't. It's 2-0. And fouled into the netting. Wonder if Peyton Salfi noticed, though. Maybe she realized, oh, there's no catching equipment on. I've got to come through here. Does it work the other way? Let's find out. Apparently not. 2-1 is lined into right, and that will give the Stars the lead. And Davis able to go first to third on the RBI single from Peyton Salfi. Olmos was the one who scored. And Diaz-Randall happily will remove the catching gear and step to the plate. But that's going to be it for Madeline Buskey as Mike McKenzie will make a change here. 3-2 Dominican, 2 outs, runners on the corners, and a pitching change for AU on the way. Amaya Aguilar is into the game after making her AU pitching debut against St. Norbert. Threw one shutout inning yesterday with a strikeout, and now is back in with runners on the corners and 2 outs. Top of the 5th, when the Stars came in trailing 2-0 and currently lead 3-0. And against Kaylee Diaz-Randall, Aguilar gets a generous first pitch strike. That spot has been there. Also, we have a pinch hit opportunity as the left-handed batting Priscilla Rudder has stepped in. So she'll bat for Diaz-Randall here. We'll go and get the catching equipment on after all. After a taken ball, the 1-1 was fouled off. And it counts 1-2 as Aguilar tries to get out of the jam. And 1-2, fouled off. 4 2/3 innings for Buskey. 3 earned runs. The other 2 currently on base, charged to her if they come in. 10 hits, no walks, no strikeouts in 55 pitches for Buskey. 1-2. Rudder was under it, and it'll drift foul off to the Aurora dugout. And the inning continues for the moment. The high-pressure spot for Aguilar. The alum of Chicago Noble Street College Prep. 1-2 breaking ball, grounded to second. Clemens got to it and throws out Rudder at first. But the Stars take the lead. 3 runs on 5 hits. No errors and 2 left. And now it's Aurora chasing the game through 4.5. A trail 3-2. A bullpen game here at Bedrosian Stadium. And Liberty Rivard came in to get out of a jam in the 4th inning, was able to do so, went into the dugout, and comes out of it in line for the win. Nina Richards, I'm sure, will have other ideas. She's looking for her first hit this afternoon and digs in as the heart of the order is due up for Aurora in the bottom of the 5th. 3-2 Stars the lead. So it's a close one. Aurora trying to find a way to get ahead at the finish line. Richards takes ball 1 and then watches ball 2 on a fastball that could not find the corner. An hour and 15 minutes of softball here in Game 2 so far. Aurora led for most of it, now find themselves behind. Ground ball to third, Riley Davis on one big hop, hauls it in, and throws to Reagan for out number 1. Now, normally this is research that I would do. I don't know the answer to this, but I will say that both Reagan and Riley Davis are from Gilbert, Arizona, and both from Perry High School, which leads me to believe that they're familiar. Ball 1 to Stephanie DeBice. Still hitless in Game 2. And trying to run that hit streak to 16. She swings and misses. And indeed, a quick moment of research here confirms that they are, in fact, sisters. Counts 2-1 to DeBice. Another cut on and miss as Rivard getting DeBice to chase that low pitch. Count even at 2-2. And a swing and a miss. 3 times Rivard took DeBice out of the zone and got misses each time. So 2 up, 2 down in the bottom of the 5th. Carly Clemens has been on once today, but only once, and does not have a hit. Takes ball 1. Looming, perhaps, for Aurora is Emma Woodhouse, who has begun warming up in the Dominican bullpen. Of course, she threw the 4-hit shutout earlier and was also in the top 5 in the nation for saves. So you can bet if Dominican has a slim lead late, we're probably going to see number 2 in the circle. Maybe even sooner, depending how this goes, as Clemens has fallen behind, or gotten ahead, rather, 3-0. Rivard has fallen behind. Fires in a strike to get into the count. And 2 down. Clemens, soft liner back to Rivard. She knocks it down in front of the pitching plate and throws out Clemens to conclude a 1-2-3 inning. We are through 5, and Dominican has the lead. 6 outs from a sweep of Aurora. It's 3-2. Amaya Aguilar back out for the 6th inning for Aurora. They're getting the final out of the 5th. Kayla Amormino will lead it off in the 8th spot of the Dominican order. Stars in front 3-2. Hannah Vogel and Emma Woodhouse due up in the visitors' 6th. First pitch from Aguilar, down and away. Bleachers have gotten a little quiet. Aurora trying to find their way back. Swing and a miss on the 1-0 pitch. First game certainly did not go well. It was tight all the way to the final innings where Dominican was able to kick the door down and break the game open. 1-1 bloop behind the left side infielders, and it spins in the foul territory. Amormino keeps on going as a leadoff double. Perfect placement. Tough break for Aurora and an immediate jam in the 6th inning. Hannah Vogel, a couple of singles in game number 2, shows bunt, gets it down. Aguilar fields it and throws to Clemens covering at first. 1-4, the scoring on the sacrifice. And at least 2 chances to double the lead. Emma Woodhouse will get the first. 0 for 2 with a sacrifice, and the infield in for the Spartans. Aguilar's first pitch over the inside corner. Stars 3 of 8. Runners in scoring position here for game 2. Make it 4 of 9. Woodhouse through the hole on the left side. That scores Amorino. Four to 2 Dominican. Liliana Santoyo at the plate. RBI single last time, got the Stars on the board. She follows with a line drive in the left. Woodhouse moves up to second. No action in the Aurora bullpen. Aguilar will have to find her way out of this. Reagan Davis 1 for 3. Aguilar's first pitch misses at the letters. Well, she's had 2 hits in each of her last 3 games. My goodness, Ariana Anderson, a diving play on a hot shot down the third base line. Full extension, made the play, and then dove on the bag at third to get the force. That's a fabulous play. Now Isabella Olmos first pitch swinging. Lifted in the left, Thiel will make the catch, and Aguilar able to avoid any further trouble. 3 more hits for the Stars. They plate 1 and leave a couple. But the gap widens through 5.5, and the Stars lead Aurora 4 to 2. Six, 7, 8 due up for Aurora, trailing 4 to 2 in the bottom of the 6th. Alex Thiel will get it started. Mike McKenzie is evidently going to make at least one change in the batting order in this inning as he comes down, and does not appear it's going to be in either the first 2 batters, but we'll see where it goes from here. Alex Thiel, 1 for 2. Makes ball 1 as Liberty Rivard is out for what she hopes is a second full inning. For racing Aurora 1, 2, 3 in the 5th. Falls behind Thiel. 2-0. Aurora 4 hits in the opener, 5 so far in game 2. The Stars have been all over the hit column. 15 in game 1, 13 now in game 2. 2-1 pitch, back up the middle, and Alex Thiel has her second hit of the game. And Kelsey Oviatt is the tying run. Oviatt gave Aurora the lead in the 2nd. An RBI single. She's 1 for 2. Takes ball 1 at the letters. There's the 1-0. Outside corner. Well, the plate's been generous at times here in game 2. 1-1. Similar spot laterally, but a little too tall, and that's ball 2. Lily Comperta is out in the on-deck circle, so I don't know what the change might have been we were thinking was coming. Outside corner at the knees. Oviatt takes it and gestures, I think, in a bit of disbelief there. So the count's 2-2. Rivard. Well, there won't be any question about that one. That was much too tall, and the count is full. 4-2 Stars, bottom of the 6th. There's the payoff pitch. Slow roller to shortstop. Santoyo was able to get it in the hole and fired to second for the fielder's choice. So field is erased. Oviatt now at first. Spartan catcher has already been run for, so she'll stay on the base paths. Lily Comperta has not been retired in game 2. RBI single in the 2nd, a double in the 4th. She gets ahead of Rivard 1-0. She misses up. That's been where sophomore right-handers' misses have largely been. Strike on the outside corner is what follows, and we're even. Well, we know Comperta has doubles power. Could tie the game with a swing. Just trying to get on base right now. 1-1 offering outside. Was where the chalk would have been if it hadn't been worn away by this point in the ball game. Crowding the plate, rather common. Comperta is actually back off of it a fair distance and looks at strike 2 on the outer corner. Two pitch from Rivard on the way as she winds and deals and missed the outside corner. Close pitch and a very good take by Comperta. Once again, the count is full. Back-to-back batters. And here's the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Out number 2. So Ariana Anderson back in here with 2 outs. Just her 3rd plate appearance of the ball game. Put down a sacrifice in her first trip. Has to find a way on. She takes ball 1. Followed by a strike on the outside corner. Well, Rivard has been able to hit that spot. Anderson flashes a bunt, and then Rivard, I don't think was trying to go that far out of the zone. Diaz-Randall had to slide over with the backhand stop. 2-1 the count with Aubrey Ortiz in the top of the Aurora order looming. Anderson off the end of the bat to second, almost. The flip to second, and she bobbled it. Everyone's safe, and the inning continues. It'll be a fielder's choice and an error. It's the first hit, the first error of the ball game by either team. So the inning continues. Ortiz, 1 for 3 in the nightcap, takes ball 1. And she is the go-ahead run. The infield pulled in. Rivard misses twice. Once again, the outfield shifted to left, a lot of space in center. Ortiz was taking the whole way, and Rivard fires it over the outer half. The count's 2-1 to Ortiz. Aurora leadoff hitter off the end of the bat, just foul. Was past the dive of a drawn-in Riley Davis, but would not remain on the bag. And the count evens. 2 outs. 2-2 to Ortiz. Tapped foul again. Ortiz struck out once in this game. It's generally tough to retire on strikes. 2-2 pitch again, and spoiled again. And Emma Woodhouse continues to warm up. Is this the final batter for Liberty Rivard? Mia Rivera on deck if Ortiz can find her way aboard. 2-2 again, and once again shot foul. Four outs left for Aurora, trailing 4-2. We'll try the 2-2 pitch again. Here's the windup. Tapped up the middle to short. Santoyo's there, has to be quick, and Ortiz just thrown out by a step. And that'll do it for Aurora in the bottom of the 6th. No runs on a hit, 1 error, 2 left. To the 7th, Dominican looking for insurance. They lead it 4-2. Riley Davis will lead off for Dominican as they look to add to their 4-2 lead in the top of the 7th inning. Amaya Aguilar. An inning and a third, 1 earned run on 3 hits. Needs a clean inning here. Davis first pitch swinging. High foul ball down the right side into the Stars bullpen. Would seem the final remaining question is whether or not Emma Woodhouse emerges from the dugout to pitch the 7th. As she has finished warming up. 0-1 pitch, a breaking ball, hammered left side. Anderson makes another outstanding snare and throws out Davis for the first out. Well, Anderson has had to be sharp at third. And a fine play to deny Davis. Would have been her second hit of the game. Peyton Salfi has absolutely mashed the ball today. First pitch swinging and a pop-up. Edge of the infield just to the right of second base. It's Clemens making the catch. So Salfi had 6 hits and 7 at-bats prior to that, is retired on 1 pitch. And now Kaylee Diaz-Randall back in after being hit for in the 5th. She's 1 for 2. She offers at the first pitch and pops it up. Comperta comes down the line, calls off Oviatt. They collide, but Comperta makes the catch. That's a 1-2-3 inning. in only 4 pitches, and that gets the Aurora Bats out for the bottom of the 7th. Last chance time for AU. They trail Dominican 4-2. Well, it will be Liberty Rivard at least to start the 7th inning. We'll see if Emma Woodhouse comes in if there's any trouble. Why not, though? 2 2/3 shutout innings, just 1 hit allowed and 3 strikeouts. Hasn't been in a ton of danger. But Aurora had the go-ahead run at the plate last inning. I suspect Christina Lucas will be a little less patient in the 7th as the Stars try to nail down their 54th straight win when leading through 6 innings. It's 4-2. Aurora will have 2, 3, and 4 at the plate, looking for their first comeback win of the season. They're 0-5 when trailing in the bottom of the last. Mia Rivera 0-3 here in game 2. Second baseman almost is level with Rivard in the circle. Rivera looks at strike 1. It's a similar shift to what we see with Aubrey Ortiz. Center fielder Amormino not as dramatically pulled in the left field. A little less space there in right center. 0-1 is skipped in to Diaz-Randall. But at least down the left field line, Hannah Vogel is playing no doubles defense. She's a couple of strides from the left field line. 1-1 to Rivera, cut on and missed. Rivard climbed the ladder and gets ahead. One, two, outside. Nina Richards and Stephanie DeBice set to hit this inning. 2-2, and Rivard gets her 4th strikeout. Pulls the string and gets Rivera to swing over the top. Would be a good time for Nina Richards to come up with her first hit of the day. 0-3 after an 0-3 opener. Well, she gets ahead after taking ball 1. Rivard has missed with a lot of first pitches. In fact, I'm seeing just a single first pitch strike since she entered. And she falls behind Richards 2-0. Pitch is on the way. That's 3 straight misses. Stephanie DeBice, waiting on deck, has a team and conference leading 4 home runs and would be the tying run. If Richards can find a way aboard, Rivard fires in strike 1. Now have to make a pitch to Richards. It's off the handle and up the middle. Santoyo fields it cleanly and gets Richards with room to spare for out number 2. And so it's Stephanie DeBice, the last chance for Aurora. 0-2 with a walk in game 2, so her reached base streak is all 16 of her appearances, but the hit streak remains up in the air. She takes strike 1. One and 1. All taken down and away. Carly Clemens waits, hoping for a chance to bat here in the last. Back-to-back misses down and away from the Dominican right-hander. And the count is 2 balls and a strike. Rivard winds. Missed at the letters. A little bit of living dangerously here the last couple of batters, but was able to fight back against Richards. What can she do against DeBice? Here's the pitch. Off the handle and to right. It will stay up for Solfi to make the catch and end the ball game. And it's a sweep for Dominican. After a 9-0 Game 1 win, they come from behind to defeat Aurora 4-2 in the second. Liberty Rivard goes the final 3 2/3 innings to pick up her first decision of the season. It's a win. That was 8 outs without a run. Just 1 hit, 4 strikeouts after coming in relief of Rhiannon Rubio. Madeline Buskey, 3 earned in 4 2/3 innings, takes the loss and falls to 5-3. 4 runs on 13 hits, 1 error for Dominican. They strand 9 in Game 2. Aurora with 2 runs on 6 hits, and they strand 8. With the win, Dominican now 13-5 and 5-1 in the NAC. Aurora falls to 14-10, now even at 4-4 in conference play. Game 2, 1 hour and 32 minutes. Now Aurora looking to bounce back after a 1-3 weekend. They're next in action on Saturday at home against Concordia, Wisconsin, who has been a regular in the final day of the NAC tournament for a few seasons now, and then at home against Alverno on Sunday. So that's next weekend for Aurora, and for Dominican, they'll get back to work on Tuesday as they square off at home against Benedictine, and then it's a Saturday home doubleheader against MSOE before getting Sunday off. Thanks to all of you for being here on this Sunday afternoon, the AU Athletic Communications and Facilities teams. And I hope you'll see you here next Saturday. 9-0 and 4-2, a couple of wins for Dominican as they sweep the Spartans and remain just a game back of the NAC lead. My name is Sean Fry. This has been Aurora University Softball. Have a great rest of your weekend.